It's a little pretty unorthodox start to our Ebon Ward. A little loosey-goosey, a little goofy.
This is what we get for taking a week break.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's definitely not that I can't string the two sentences together that get us on task.
Oh, yeah, I'll be your voice for you. Will!
Hey!
What happened last time on Ebon Ward?
Last time on Ebon Ward, Maze and Dia left for the Paradise Theater to meet up with the rest of the crew. While they waited, they helped Matthias and Lucine figure out how to handle some special effects for the performance of Beyond the Waterfall. When Nash and Redpath arrived, the party sat down to discuss all they learned regarding Lenny the Hunch, Diletta's status, Dia's encounter with Emmett, and a possible team name. It was then time to head over to the art of it all for Redpath to model for the class. However, Artigan was there and completely unfazed by the request to be nude. Everyone did a great job, with Maze excelling at the task, causing Dia to become flustered from his impressive skills. When it was all completed, Pride, Pure, and Marigold thanked Redpath for participating. The chef asked Victoria what she knew about Penelope Sunbreak. She seemed a tad nervous discussing it, but mentioned Penelope was a vampire hunter with her husband, Jacques. Her details were lacking, but described her hunting tactics as ruthless, and Jacques might be in Leviara, but as a far more reserved fisherman these days. With that, the party set out to the docks while discussing the team names to handle the problem shipment. With the cargo manager present, they entered the warehouse and quickly found the curious orbs described by Lenny. However, upon opening the box, everyone but Redpath felt their consciousness get pulled into a monochrome world with spider webs that shimmered like rainbow. As the party was surrounded by multiple spiders in their minds, their bodies acted out what they were too afraid or reserved to do, forcing Redpath to use every trick in the book to stop them. He was successful, and in the strange mindscape, Addis was able to aid the party fight the Dream Drinkers. Obviously, this caused a great commotion, and many people started to gather, which was the perfect opportunity to dunk on the Keeper's absence and reveal their new team name. Leviara had been helped once again by the 11th hour. That's where we left off. So, let me get some different music. It is morning. You guys have had a full night's rest. And thankfully, I change your pace, there is no incident immediately. You just got up, you got to sit down.
Nothing is immediately happening?
Yeah, also make sure you heal yourselves and whatnot.
Oog, my bones.
Oog, my bones. Oh boy. Yeah, no, it's a quiet morning. There's been a couple of other people coming and going, likely some tourists who wanted to grab their breakfast really quick and then head out into the wonderful city of Leviara. But, yeah. Yeah. I'd say at a point as well, like, Duchess and Fez come down, kind of give you an update of what their time was at the Lurie estate. It was really nice. They have been learning quite a bit about alchemy. Dia, you were tired as hell, but Fez talked your ear off all last night about all...
Title card still up.
See, this is what happens when someone who's not me does it. I'm not ready.
All right. I will ping. But yeah, just talk your ear off about all the various like alchemy that she's been learning, and actually took a tour of the various farmlands to see all the interesting creatures that have been there. But yeah.
And Dia listened for as long as she could stay awake, and was very, very. It's just anytime Fez talking about like touring, she's definitely like, okay. Any cows around? Like,
she thought about that. No.
Okay.
So Duchess seemed concerned about that too.
Yeah, just keep an eye out.
Okay. And I think she probably like brushed your hair until you fell asleep, and I'm like, all right, well, that's that.
Oh my god. That's a dream right there.
Typical girl stuff moment.
But someone actually does enter the building. They are.
Big man.
Yeah, he's not like actually hunched, but you do notice that like for chandeliers he has to be very careful. and kind of like weaves around them. Oh, good morning. Oh, goodness, sorry. Ren here.
Good morning.
Hi. I should make it clear. Nothing serious has happened. I felt very bad. I completely forgot to give this to you, sir. And he reaches into his pocket and he hands you a piece of paper. And looking at it, it is a full-blown, like, how it's even designed drawing of the compass. Oh, you'd asked for that a couple of days ago, and I completely forgot to get that to you. To assure you, we were not trying to hinder your abilities to go after the Horde. But, it's been busy.
We're quite busy. No,
Yes.
This is...
Lot happening, don't worry.
Yes. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't want you to think we were trying to pull the wool over your eyes or anything of the sort.
I mean, it would have been a great wool pulling. I think we all forgot about it.
I think you did.
You want
But
something to drink before you rush off again?
I got coffee.
Oh, yes, if you don't mind, I wouldn't
Here,
mind.
take the pot.
I didn't want to intrude, but I'm glad you understand my necessities. And he reaches down, takes the lid off, and he doesn't, like, directly sip from it. He, like, just holds it a little bit above his mouth because he's like,
What?
Oh, you
rude
do
and
the
disgusting.
standard, like, I want to drink out of this bottle, but I don't want to put my germs on it.
Yeah.
It's called waterfalling.
Yeah. He takes a couple good swigs, and you notice that it's basically empty. He sets it down. Oh, very lovely. Thank you very much. Well, I'm here. Is there anything that I might be able to assist you with? He puts his hand on his hips. 11th hour.
Oh, forgot about that.
So you forget a lot.
No, I think we're quite all right. Thank you.
All right.
I suppose if you, if you're out and about around the city, if you wanna give us any of that good publicity now that we've got a name instead of just those guys, I'm sure it would be appreciated. But no, I think we're probably okay for today. I'm looking forward to maybe a non-emergency day after several consecutive days that were otherwise.
Days, yes.
Yes, you certainly have been busy, and
On your little trot up here, did you happen to hear any new whispers on the wind? Is anybody screaming bloody murder in the town square again or anything like that?
Thankfully, no. Mostly the little bits I have heard is Amaranth has been, and so has Rosa actually, been very active in trying to promote you now that they've learned your name. And there's been discussion of the events at the dock. Still a little hush-hush, it would appear. Mr. Lionheart has felt it necessary to, until more details are fully understood, to prevent the public from creating wild rumors, of course. And he thinks about that. That's more or less it. There has been talk that Deletta will be making an appearance later today.
Wow.
So there's that as well. Should be very exciting. I plan to be present as extra security, as well as my niece, Embernice, and a few other giants, just to be certain.
Nash nods like good. Like,
Yeah, much appreciated. Embernice really helped us out at the last one of those when it went south.
He gets a very big, proud smile. That's my girl. Wonderful. That's good to hear. Yes, again, thank you very much for the coffee. And you know where to find me. Just look up. He salutes and starts to walk out.
Good dude.
Yeah.
Very good, dude.
Oh, heavens. There's just not much room in here.
Tiptoes.
Yeah,
Walks by,
more or less.
Fountain starts boiling.
The flowers wilt a bit.
Well, I suppose supervising Diletta's statement is probably going to be on our to-do list today, then.
Almost certainly, yes.
I would not do that. Don't feel safe not being there.
Well, we should probably find out where that's supposed to be, and when.
Probably. Pride's probably hovering around Deletta, too. We need to talk to him about things.
Yeah.
We could have done it last time we saw him, but like...
Oh, I wouldn't have had
Bad
the heart,
idea.
man. Yeah.
You see how red his eyes were?
Yeah, no, I don't think we would have had Pride anymore if we dropped something else on him. I think he would have just keeled over right then.
I was trying to think of a downgrade from Pride, but the joke didn't connect quick enough.
We downgrade from Pride to overconfidence.
Chuffed.
Tough.
Is there anything we need to discuss when it's just the four of us here over an eighth of a pot of coffee?
I think something else from that meeting of mysterious ne'er-do-wells yesterday stood out when I thought about it again, which is that it seemed like they were very confident that they could influence public discourse beyond just, doing little staged PR events for the keepers. Which made me think back to the other day when we were talking to Armella and Regal Lionheart, and we mentioned the weird vibes between Oleander and the Lawmaster, and Regal seemed like interested and like it was new information, and Armella was just immediately like, no, that's not possible, smack that down,
Yes,
blah 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 blah
quite
blah.
dismissive.
In a way that made me feel she had some kind of stake in it, but according to Regal, she doesn't have any connection to Rivaldi, and so I didn't know what to make of it then. But maybe, now with this new information, maybe it's because her connection isn't directly to Rivaldi, but to Emmett or to our invisible gymnast friend. So I might want to talk to Octavia about what her sister is doing on a daily basis, and then maybe talk to Armella directly, as unpleasant as I expect that to be.
Oh yeah, I think I had an arrangement to speak with her yesterday and just didn't.
Oops.
Hers and who?
Keep
Armella
doing
or
that,
Octavia?
her.
Yeah, you can. I mean, I guess if you want, you could still like just approach her and be like, "Hey, we had a meeting," and she'd be like, "Did we? Well, I don't want to make poor face here. It's obviously Octavia's fault. She didn't write it down."
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
Pride's house, is that the same as... Does he, like, live at the Lionheart estate with, like, his mom and stuff?
Pride actually kind of lives on his. Huh?
His homeless.
No. Pride actually lives on his own with Pure.
Oh, okay, alright.
He felt it was better for them to like still have contact with their mom, but he's like, I don't want to live in that house, and I don't think it makes sense for Pure to be there too. So yeah.
Sadly walking past Loyal's room every day, like, god damn.
I mean, that's probably played a part in one of the big decisions to not live there.
Bryce sleeps on a bush in the Portmaster front yard.
It's comfortable when you get used to it.
Secret druid.
Once you like, feng shui the thorns, it's quite nice.
Feng shui the thorn.
If that makes you sleep better at night.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. I'm in agony.
Right, well then I suppose we'll need to meet up with the Delanes at some point. Armella will probably make it her business to be present at whatever it is that Deletta has to say, just so she can interject with a comment or two.
Seems likely. Yeah, she's a shady character. I feel like you're right to suspect her of things.
I don't know what exactly I suspect her of. I don't know that she's involved in any way other than having some kind of business arrangement with one of those people. Or maybe, giving her the benefit of the doubt, maybe she... Well, okay, I say that. That's a weird follow-up to maybe she just likes the Keepers, but giving her the benefit of the doubt that she's not just spreading rumors as a mercenary business, maybe she genuinely thinks that the city would be better off in the coalition and wants to affect public opinion in that direction for her own reasons. Possible. But yeah, I kind of want to talk to Octavia first, because I feel like we don't actually know a lot about Armella other than that she's kind of a bitch.
She is kind of a bitch.
What do you
Maybe
mean?
Well, it's not like Octavia's gonna give us an unbiased opinion, but she will give us an honest one.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
think she has it in her to lie. Not to us.
And I doubt there's anyone else we can ask who knows more about Armella. And maybe, not that she's great at defending herself in Armella's presence socially, but maybe she at least in theory knows how to talk to her to get her to open up or do what you want.
That's a good point.
If the two of us go, Maze and I, maybe if Armella's around being a busybody and Octavia's there, maybe I can get some chance to talk to Octavia one-on-one while you let Armella fuss at you as a customer.
Yeah, that seems like it'd work out.
All right. So, does that sound like you guys wanted to go to Smooth as Silk?
Yeah, we can
sure.
all go, or if Nash and Redpath wanted to check in with Deletta to see what her plans are. I don't know if that was because you had several beats in this conversation ago, you'd said like, oh, I wish we knew where it was and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you want to do that, Rib?
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever.
Okay.
Nash definitely does want to know the information because it's like, if everybody was like, we want to do the heist today, he'd be like, no, I don't want
No.
to. Like, he's usually go with the flow, but he'd be like, no, I'm not letting that meeting happen.
Not this one. Not this time. No, super fair. All right, so I will drag people over to Smooth as Silk. Yeah, as you guys went, there was a little bit of a buzz through the streets. People talking about, oh man, did you hear about the Dogs last night? Yeah, I heard the Keepers kind of dropped the ball. And thank God the Blue Jays are doing something. Oh, I always believed in them and that kind of
They're
bullshit.
so fickle.
Uh-huh.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
It's a city of nobles. What do you expect? And it's anything to talk about.
All these Undines and Samirs around are all descended from goldfish.
Hoopsie poopsie. But, yeah. So, you walk on in and you do see Octavia just kind of hanging out, doing her own thing. Chitty-chatting with some clients just to make sure that they're all doing all right.
Ah. Well, let's see if we can't talk with her. Ideally, we just won't even have to deal with the other one.
She might be present, but at least in this moment you see just Octavia.
Watch out, she can peek out from behind any of the clothing racks and do a jump scare.
Yeah, now we're playing a bit of a horror game.
Maze, you want to see my new chainsaw and hockey mask?
Behold, in case you wanted to be spooky, you being the 11th hour and all. Yeah.
Hello,
but
Octavia.
Octavia is wrapping up. Oh, hi guys. Oh, sorry, just one moment. So
course,
yeah,
take your time.
I think red would absolutely be your color. So if you'd like, she gestures over the way, and these are like, oh, thanks, and they kind of walk over to go check out some more dress shirts. Hi guys. Oh gosh, it's been really busy lately. How are you?
Oh, we've been busy too, but I'd say we're doing well.
Yeah, we're doing all right. I think I caught a cold, but other than that,
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
that's what it is.
Maze catches a cold!
This is what I get for running around for 4 days straight doing crazy things.
But
It's been a couple days. How are you feeling about your decision to come back here?
she thinks about that, and then she has a little smirk. Pretty good, actually. Since my presence here, I've been able to do a lot more inventory, since she won't do it. And
you know, it's been going all right. Been making a fair amount of money. Nice to know that people haven't forgotten me. In fact, they were very polite to see that I was back. So that was refreshing.
That's
but,
great.
yeah.
Do you feel like you learned that you learned a good amount while you were working for Victor?
Oh yes, absolutely. I've also learned that money is a lot more powerful than I realized.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's great but scary, but I have a lot of it, so I'm fine.
You know, if magic is cheating, money is really cheating.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, money is just limitless spell slots for command, quite frankly.
Truly.
Yeah.
We should do something about money. No.
Campaign takes a hard left into us overthrowing.
Like a really hard laugh. Like a
Alright, so I know the
left.
keep. I know the keep was a left, but this is so left it's a right.
Going to the Horde just to destroy all the valuables.
We've saved the city.
What have you done?
We've eliminated the bourgeoisie.
But, yeah, I've been getting pretty good at reading people, though. I feel like there's something else you wanted to talk about, though.
Huh. There is.
Okay.
I guess you read that in us.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's been some weird stuff going on, I'm sure you're aware. And we're kind of trying to figure out how all the pieces fit together, and I believe there is a component of it that is a sort of stealth information / public relations war being waged on behalf of the Keepers by people who don't want Leviara to leave the Coalition. Actually, before I say any more, do you get that sense? Do you know anything? Does that ring any bells for you about what you've been seeing?
She thinks about that, and she opens up her big book and flips through page after page after page, and then she finds one.
I mean, there has been a notable increase in conversations for our hairdressers talking about the Keeper's influence and presence here. I mean,
Your hairdressers keep track of what they talk about?
I do sometimes. It's not weird. I trust. It's it's important to. It's so that I can keep track of the biggest trends and then capitalize on it.
Oh, it actually makes perfect sense. It's just not something I ever would have. I'll have to think about that the next time I get my hair done.
Yeah. Don't worry. I don't write the super detailed specifics of people's gossip. That's not my interest. That's my sister's. But yeah. There's also been talk of the Blue Jays and how that's kind of been bad. Some people have actually been talking about how it could be beneficial to just have the hair sifts be in charge of some security. Which I must admit, not a terrible idea.
Yeah, they sort of already are, a little bit.
A little, but not that much.
It's not really enough fire giants to patrol the whole city on their own.
No. I don't know. It's I don't know. It's complicated. Honestly, the best thing that could happen is if everyone just kind of united, worked together, because they all cover different forms of security really well. But right now, it's
that's impossible. That'll require compromise, and that doesn't make anybody happy.
But if you pay people enough, they'll shut their trap.
Back to money again.
I'm sorry. It's been a huge influence on my life, and I really can't ignore it. It's
a huge influence on everyone's life. We veer left
Sometimes
again.
I wonder why I even bother preparing Charm Person.
Yeah.
So,
as a quick curiosity, is your sister here?
She is. She's in her office.
I see.
Do
is
you want
she
me to go get her?
No.
or is she just kind of sitting in her office?
She shuts the book and just puts her hands on her hips. Describe work.
Is she laboring in some capacity that will make the business more successful?
Or is she goofing off?
Goofing off implies someone's having fun. So, if I had to guess, she's probably looking over possible meetings with bigger clients. There's also been discussion of updating uniforms for some of the Blue Jays that are not in full uniform, or at least not metal. And the hair sifts have also been in discussion for getting new uniforms. Not sure why that's happening, but she just shrugs. I don't know.
Maybe they want to do some
Okay.
Oleander
rebranding of their
thinks
own.
he's gonna deck everybody out in shitty little sunglasses.
Perfect!
Who's who, idiots?
Can't kill me if you don't know which one is me.
Stand next to me and Bernice. They can't tell us apart.
Yeah, well, we actually, okay, so, sorry, I bumped my mic.
Oh.
So, in that aforementioned information war, I think your sister is an active participant in some capacity.
Oh, that wouldn't surprise me even a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I don't need to tell you how involved she is in the rumor mill and stuff, but I think, rather than it being for idle purposes or self-enrichment or just entertainment, I have some circumstantial reasons to think that she might be actively trying to aid this faction that's trying to prop up the Keepers and keep Leviara in the coalition. But does that pass the smell test with you? Like, her interests and how she feels about things in the city. Like, does that sound plausible to you?
She taps her chin and thinks a bit.
I mean, with Leviara being a part of the coalition, it's an immediate contact to a lot of nobles, not just in Errol, but other cities that are part of the coalition. Meaning there's a lot of exports from our little shop here to purchase dresses, suits, things of the sort. It's a lot of extra money. And while that would still be the case, even leaving the coalition, there's a chance that it would lead to renegotiations and contracts, which means if we wanted to maintain that business, might lose a couple dollars.
Okay, so she might have a vested financial interest. Do you know if she's does she actually care about politics, or is she more one of those people who have the money and the influence to not really, to have the luxury of not caring about politics and just kind of looking after their own interests?
She kind of looks over her shoulder and then kind of leans forward.
I mean, it certainly seems like she's been more interested lately. Or at least since I got back. Like, before I left, she couldn't give a darn about any of it, quite frankly, because money was good. She didn't have to do all that much. Really, her full job boiled down to shaking hands and making friends. But, so, I mean, maybe something happened. Maybe now that she's looking at the book, she figured out, oh, wow, this is kind of important. But I don't know.
And have you ever seen her talk to, have you ever seen her interact with Keepers or any, political figures for reasons that don't seem to involve a business transaction?
Not especially. It's weird. So she'll talk about politics and whatnot, but she won't take any, well, I guess it's not weird. She won't take any steps to, make a change. Even though, as a Dulain and the head of the Dulain family, she has a lot of power. There's a lot of weight that can be thrown around if she so chose.
But she hasn't been doing it overtly.
Not really. No, she's just been I will say, Armella does dabble in doing hairdressing as well, only for the highest of clients. It's an extra fee to get her to do your hair. And during that, she's normally with Regal, and they bring up politics pretty casually and frequently.
I guess
So.
as the head of, the Lionhearts, I suppose, are more directly involved then.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But it's also spicy gossip right now, so.
Yeah, I bet. Okay. And I just had one more question, and I don't know, this might be the least pleasant one, but
Uh-oh.
how do you talk to Armella?
Oh, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, from everything that I've observed, you more so get saying talked at is really underselling the amount of vitriol she seems to have for you.
Yeah, I think it's just a thing of, like, she became the head of the house because she's the eldest. And, you know, I worked my butt off studying, not even at the academy because magic's really not my thing. But there's plenty of other really good schools around here. And so I put all my eggs in that basket. And I'd like to think if you don't mind me bragging a little bit, I'd like to think I did a very good job. But that I guess doesn't really matter when she holds all the cards still. I'll be real, I don't even know if I'd be very good at heading the house.
Oh, really? Why do you say that?
I'm a nervous wreck. You know,
Yeah, you do need to put on a strong front if you're going to be in charge of anything.
Yeah, so, you know, that kind of makes it a little tough. Not to mention, if I did take over, I don't really know how to do the actual, she gestures, like, making the fashion. Like, I can design it. Well, here. And she kind of scrolls to the back of her book, and she shows various designs for clothing. Some of it's really pretty. Some of it's a lot. A lot of it is very, very reserved, simple and pleasant. And very much different compared to her sisters, which are very extravagant and wild and clearly designed to be expensive. Meanwhile, Octavia focuses more on, like, this would just look nice and be comfortable.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. But
So there's no. Mainly, I think we might want to talk to her directly about some of these issues, but you know, she does her thing that she does, and it makes it difficult to know sometimes what her genuine feelings are about anything. And so I don't know if going in and, you know, trying to be gracious is the right approach, or if she's just going to sniff that out as bullshit right away. But I also don't know if I want to come straight in like, all right, I'm going to be very direct and blunt in case that'll just make her clam up.
She seems the sort who'd roll with anything, really. I think she's kind of a spin master.
I'm gonna level with both of you. She, like, you notice that she has, like, this big holster for her book, and she puts that there and then wraps her arms around both of you. Again, she's very small, so it's like her arms are, like, reaching up to do this. Like,
yeah.
I'm gonna level with you. Ass kissing is probably the best way to go. She slings a lot of bullshit. She has a hard time smelling it, though.
Oh, really?
Huh.
Yeah. Unless, of course, it becomes egregious. She's not an idiot, but flattery does get you far with her.
Okay, well, it's useful to know. Has the business has been doing better since you got back, though, right?
Yeah. I mean, because I'm actually keeping track of the numbers. There's like some expenses I'm also double checking on.
Here's my own quick curiosity. Not really relevant, but since you keep track of these sorts of things, I would be greatly amused to know if there's any upswing in sales for things like white cloaks, purple shawls, the things that my friends and I wear.
Tell you what. Give me either of you or both of you, depending on how much you want to get. Give me a perform check.
Oh boy.
If you have perform, I would also allow just a raw charisma check.
Does Maze have performed stand-up comedy?
I do have performed.
It's a little different.
Yeah, given the circumstance, you know, not super relevant, but it is my perform.
I guess I'll, for my part, I don't have ranks in a perform, so this is just going to be charisma.
Yeah.
Wow, you
boys.
two. You're really selling it.
She looks down. Not especially. I mean,
you know, there's been a couple of like white hoodies that have sold recently for younger folks.
It's a bit much to expect from just what's happened so far when we've been trying to be so circumspect until now.
All right,
Just
keep
your eye on it.
to make the off-screen car checks to see if anybody's running around with an eye patch or something.
Or
An eye patch or stupid hat.
Yeah, if you want, you two can give me some charisma
Yes,
checks.
Andy.
All right, hang on.
Who is the most marketable?
Oh boy, we'll see.
Oh, I don't have any other marketable skills here.
Oh,
Another
not
5?
marketable.
3 5s in a row?
Nash, it's so easy to be more marketable than the rest of us.
We should have been the 5th hour.
Oh my god! That's fine.
No,
You know
we're
what? That's fine.
marketable.
This makes perfect sense. Our marketability has to start low.
I mean, so this is weird. We've been selling a couple of chef hats.
Just like shrugs.
And there have been more people requesting like longer blonde hair, and a couple people wanted to try like a long braid. Outside of that, not really. Sorry.
No, it's all right. Just an unofficial measure of things.
Yeah, this is our first data point. This is at the bottom of the arc, and then by the time we're done here, I'm confident that line will be in a different place.
I got a 1.
Nash is not marketable.
Even though we have physical plushes and stuff of him made.
It's not the
marketable.
same.
No
Not
one
the
would buy
same.
those.
I don't believe it.
When does your sister do hair?
I mean, she does it by appointment, and it costs a lot to set her up with her.
Can you fucking imagine how long it takes to book? Holy shit. 3
Jesus.
months? Oh my
How
God.
much is a lot?
Well, if you get a normal haircut around here, it's like 20 gold. You know,
Mhm.
it's about what you'd expect, just because it's a process, and depending on your hair. If you want to reserve a seat with her, it's about 300. Her time is precious, apparently, to someone.
I'd like to
could be
think
my
she's
hand.
pretty good at it. if
Honestly,
she's
I
charging
could,
that much.
and just between you and me, is she genuinely good at it?
I'm gonna roll a perform check for
Armella?
Armella. So she does do it pretty frequently. So she's probably like that.
I mean, you do get what you pay for, to be fair. It is pretty good. She talks to you, though. But
That's fine, because that's the thing. If I've paid her to do my hair, and I have a lot of hair, she can't exit the conversation without giving me a refund, which she's not gonna do.
if you'd like, you guys have done a lot for me. And she looks over at Maze, and you locked her in that closet, which was so good. So if you want, I'll cover it if you wanted to set up an appointment with her. Because are you guys being spies?
I wasn't really thinking of it like that exactly. It's more just a pretext to have a conversation with her in which I'm a paying customer and a well-paying customer, which I think will help.
But if some covert activity happens, then it happens.
Oh, okay. Well, I won't write any of that down. But if you want, I'm happy to pencil you in.
Absolutely. When's the earliest time?
I mean, today, if you want. This might surprise you. Not a lot of people are willing to just
Want to
drop
that kind of... Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm. But there is a fair enough number. I mean, like, this week alone, she's got about 12 more lined up.
Yeah, let's do it. Honestly, even if the experience of talking to her ends up rancid, it has been a long time since I've had a proper hair do. Does she do mani-pedi?
Looks at your claws.
Yes?
Okay. Noted. Let's see. I'll see how she does on the hair first. Maze, do you want in on this?
May it's just like deadpan. Are you asking me if I want a haircut and a manicure?
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean,
I
anyone
mean,
can get 'em.
honestly, you seemed to really enjoy getting your hair did by Derek.
I mean, yes, but like that was a casual boys' night kind of thing. This is a place of business. Yeah, all right, sure, why not?
Yeah, how often are you gonna get someone offer to comp you for a $300 spa day? Come on.
Right. So I'm happy to pencil that in. Yeah. So if you want, what time?
2 p.m. Just in time for Conrad.
Yeah. That's a good question. There's another event we know we need to be in attendance for today, and we don't know the time on it yet.
I think it's pretty safe to assume that'll be before this evening, so I think anytime later in the day should be fine.
All right. Tell you what, I'll put a lot of money down and just say when you feel like it. And that will honestly, that level of just like, I don't care might make her...
That's a respect winner with her?
Well, for her, she'll be like, who is this crazy person who thinks they could waste my time? Then they'll see how much I put down and she'll go, oh my, they must be very fancy and wealthy indeed.
I really appreciate it, Octavia.
Yeah, you're a treasure.
Thanks. Wow, thank you. She, like, you notice her little doinkers wiggle a couple times. Yeah. Okay. I'll pin you guys in. Just swing on by whenever.
Will do.
Yeah. Best of luck with, well, all aspects of running this business, really.
It's going.
And it's gonna keep on going as long as you're here.
I will make sure of it.
Gives a little wave. See you later.
Bye. She gives a wave and then realizes the book's a little heavy and kind of fumbles it a bit, losing a grip on it.
No wonder she needs a book holster.
Meanwhile, on the boat...
I'm sorry, I just wish we lived in the world where
You were marketable.
Armella got a 1 on how good was she
Just give
doing.
shit haircuts.
I wish we lived in that world so bad.
Nash could be marketable, and Armella could give shit haircuts. Unfortunately.
I want to live in that world. Why don't we live in that world?
Ah.
Yeah, so you two come on the boat. Matthias also like led you up here. They aren't necessary they aren't needed at the theater immediately. So like, oh yeah, so come on up. So I had someone else pop on by a little before you, believe it or not. And you see Pride, he's got rings under his eyes, and he's got a big cup of coffee in front of him. Right, good morning. How are
Good morning.
you? Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's only gonna be a good morning for a little bit, isn't it?
Puts a hand on Matthias' shoulder.
Doctor, tell me.
Doctor?
Oh man. It's a joke, come on.
Oh.
Have you ever been a doctor? You seem like somebody who would have been a doctor at some point.
God, no.
No?
Oh my god. I don't trust myself with sharp things. You
Not
kidding?
even as like a role in a play?
Oh, as in a play, to be sure. I was one of the most handsome of doctors.
I'm sure you were.
Yeah, I could still be it if I wanted to, but I'm more of a sideline person this time around. They wink.
Mm-hmm.
Deletta looks over and she just gives Nash a hug. Oh, good morning, Nash.
Gives her a hug back. Good morning. How are you doing?
I am doing very well. Thank you all for visiting yesterday. And we are just finalizing everything for security measures and whatnot for my reappearance into the public. I'm going to be at about noon today. We've already informed the public. I've already got plenty of people scouting that area, and thankfully, the Herser family has been very kind in already providing us with some extra security measures as well.
Oh, that's nice. How are you
He
feeling
nods
about
like
it?
very thoughtfully, like in the serious security mode.
Yeah.
Like he's gonna take this as seriously as Pride is probably of like this has gotta be the safest shit ever.
Yeah, Pride. You notice that Pride actually has like a little, not like a doodle, but like a decent drawing of the location where guards are going to be posted, who is where. and things like that. Right, so
Probably keep that close to the chest there.
I plan on burning it before we leave, just to be
Yes.
extra certain. This is the only copy. I should make abundantly clear. I'm going to be placing the orders once we're actually there. People already have an idea of where they need to be, but I'm readjusting it moments before. So, in any case, taking place at noon today, we will have Deletta on the roof of the cafe. What the hell? I'm drawing a blank on the name of this stupid Kissed by the Sea. She'll be on top of the cafe there. It's usually available to the public, but we'll block it off. Reason being is we can keep an eye on the crowd from below. There's less likely chance of someone being able to run up like last time. And we're keeping keepers far away, but we're not outright shooing them because that'll just create more tension and problems.
Okay, that sounds pretty well rounded.
Yes. He leans back in his chair. And I will be beside Deletta for the entire conference. Nash, if you would like to be beside her as well, I would welcome the company.
Oh, well, I, didn't...
Only if you want to.
I mean, I would want to, but... Don't... I know this big... Oh, God, bird. I know this big public moment thing.
Yeah. And Deletta, looks over, tilts her head, legitimately not understanding. Well, why not have you up there? Do you... Oh, well, I think you dress nicely. And she, adjusts your collar a little bit and just pats you.
It's not like you're going to be acting unprofessionally or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
And besides, having the 11th hour beside me,
Oh, God, you've already told her.
Yes, it's making the rounds pretty quickly. I wonder why that's happening.
Wry smile at Matthias.
Chadwick has been exemplary in this process.
Oh my
Meanwhile,
God.
you can hear muffled in the distance of the street, 11th hour! Have you heard of him?
Oh
my God.
Town crier for one topic.
With advertising us with the energy of "fuck you, Baltimore."
Run a Twitch ad.
I paid $130 to get this message out. It's going to be here for 10 minutes.
Just a off the cuff kind of question. Will the Lawmaster be attending?
Pride thinks about that. Most likely. I don't plan on him being anywhere near Deletta.
Okay.
It's not even a trust thing. It's strictly that's not his role. His role is to assist with the prosecution of guilty criminals and things of the sort. He doesn't exactly have any combat experience, nor do I trust him with any sort of emergency task.
And how's about Emmett?
Not much I can do about Emmett, unfortunately. Though I have made it abundantly clear, keepers are to remain distant for this negotiation. The defense I provided that seemed to calm them down, yet I don't believe, let me make that abundantly clear. I told them it'd be smart to keep their distance strictly because the Blue Jays are still rowdy. Yes, I'm throwing them under the wagon, but let's be fair, they've kind of earned it right now. And if it prevents any further sudden massacres, yes, I'm happy to take that body blow.
No, it's fine. They've been acting juvenile about the whole thing, so...
Keepers haven't been much better, but they're guests in our home, so we need to play the host. Deletta nods. I realize it's not exactly ideal, but, I trust Pride's guidance in this regard. And you notice that Deletta, she has a nice dress on, but not nearly to the same level of elegance, and she's kept her hair down, besides still having a couple of fun little, blue jay feathers in it and whatnot. But she's gone with a much more simple attire than usual.
Yeah.
I decided to go with your recommendation. It seemed very wise. even though...
You do look nice, though, so.
Thank you. It's very nice of you. But yeah, so I'm a little nervous. I have not really planned a speech because I am not good at that. But I figure I'll just talk from the heart and make it clear that I don't want any more strife in this city. I love it too much for that. I would prefer everyone to come together and unite, and I am not going to back down on leaving the coalition. That may make things more complicated, but I will make it clear to the public that, yes, this was admittedly a faster decision than maybe should have happened, but we will now take the steps, the measured steps, to make it appropriate. And I need to assure them this will be beneficial down the road. Like, if people understood how much of our tax money was just going to Errol, who would then spend it on the keepers or aiding other cities and whatnot, which is a good cause, that part, aiding other cities. Like, Cragmer's Fissure had that huge mess a couple months ago, and they needed a little refinancing for that. But how much of that is actually going to them and not a military power that is growing every single day? That is concerning.
Nash nods, thinking about the literal robot death machines they were making in the keep. They were making the robot death machines in the keep. He doesn't say that because, like, you know.
Yeah,
but
Bad use of taxpayer money.
No one ever wants to cut the fucking boondoggle military and industrial complex death golems.
Oh no, we're going left again.
Oh, there's a cliff! Ah!
I didn't bring my flippers.
Ebon Ward turns into a political comic.
It has been unintentionally, but here we are.
But like really outright with like communism at the bottom of a cliff or something.
But yeah, so that is the plan. I don't know if you wanted to walk on over together and whatnot. Obviously, if there's anything else that I could do for you guys.
No, I think you'll just have to concentrate on, keeping your head straight, all that sort of stuff. Keep in mind that there's gonna be hecklers. Somebody at some point is gonna interject and yell at you from the crowd, and like, I'm bad for this, so I'm he puts his hands together. Don't let them escalate you. Does that make sense?
I understand. Pride actually leans over. I am not concerned about that. Madame Delotto, I don't think she has an aggressive bone in her body. If anything, I'm worried that he looks over here, that you might shut down if people are rude to you. I'm tough. She like kind of puffs up a little bit, and Pride just like tilts his head. With you two present, she like pats Pride and Nash's hands, and of course, Redpath and the others near in the wings. I'm very confident that I can do this. I can focus on the message if I know that y'all have my back.
He like nods firmly. He like looks over Pride's plans very quick, and he can't like read, but is there anything for like magical countermeasures here?
Yeah.
Because Pride is more of a like, physical might guy, but the last problem was mind control magic.
Yeah.
Right. So, you aren't able to read per se, and I think this
I'll go
will
over
just,
it with him.
Yeah, and I think Pride will just just to avoid the RP of it all. Pride explains. He actually visited Flare this morning to procure a potion that can help, maybe not prevent mind-altering effects, but will boost defense against them for not just Deletta, but himself and at least the security directly next to her on the roof.
That was a good idea, yeah.
And he actually has an extra one because he figured Deletta would want you present, Nash, so he slides that over for you. The other things that they have done is that they have made sure that there will be at least 4 giants present. blocking the roads up, and then another giant on the cliff above that looks down on the doodly-doo, the building. Because as you know, these buildings are built into the cliffside. So if you wanted to, it's a dangerous play, but you could try to slide down the side, get to the roof, and then, you know, cause an attack. Risky play, could be done, but he's not taking chances. So a giant will be up there with at least 2 other blue jays. There is a variable that he brings up, Amaranth. Amaranth will be present at this meeting. She'll be more in the crowd, but having that level spellcaster present, he's confident would prevent anyone from trying anything.
Okay. How about an extraction point should we need it? Where would that be?
There are a few options for us. Let's see here. So he points out, and so the main ones are, if needed, giants can be called upon because they can actually just reach the roof, and they can get through the crowd. So they can get to Deletta, grab her and whoever else, and just bail. The other option is that Pride has prepared a couple of invisibility potions, because you can't really create teleportation magic, like that's just like in a potion form. So he has a couple of invisibility potions that he will give to Deletta and himself so that they can just bail if they need to. And Deletta does have some magic, but a lot of it isn't like used for this sort of a thing. She does have heroism, so she'll be able to like boost their abilities. Oh wow, she has that spell?
Power word, kill invisible gymnast.
No, I forgot. She has sea invisibility. I totally
Oh my
forgot she
God.
has that spell.
Highly relevant.
Yeah, so when you've informed her of that, she's like, okay, well, I'll just make sure I have that ready to go.
Oh wait, I'm a sorcerer. I can do whatever the fuck I want all the time.
Yeah.
That's
I
just
imagine
not true.
before everything actually gets started, the rest of our group will probably want to have a conversation about some developments that we did not think it was... We did not think it was fair to bring up last night. He looks at Pride very earnestly.
Quite the gentleman. Appreciated. Yes, I'd be happy to discuss more. Perhaps we could have it at the Kiss by the Sea. I mean, that's where we're going to be hosting Deletta anyways. We can start getting things situated. All right.
Yes, that should be fine.
All right. Very well then. If you'd like, Pride stands up, double checks his equipment, make sure they're all ready to go. Matthias is like, well, y'all have fun with that. Might attend. Haven't really decided yet.
Don't really want to get
fun.
stabbed.
You know, if you need me. I don't know why, but if you did, I'll be around.
I might need to talk to you later this evening.
Ooh, all right, but that's not now, so I'll see you all later.
Goodbye, thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, where do we want to jump to next?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I mean,
Nash, do you want to just walk around?
No.
I do want to catch a quick word with Dia before we go anywhere in particular, though we should probably know where we're going.
Yeah, where did you get? Because so another thing to remember.
What we can do is we can kind of just like survey the area around Kiss by the Sea, like that part of town,
Sure.
because that's near the hotel too. So like,
Yeah, it's not terribly far.
Yeah, if we're gonna meet up anywhere, it's probably worth just making sure we understand the lay of the land.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Here,
We've got crossbow powers. We can arrange that meetup.
You sure can. That's pretty easy. So y'all just want to meet around Kiss by the Sea then, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let me move things to the GM layer. Beep, beep, beep. Just because I got to get things ready for, like, a meeting here.
Move the invisible gymnast.
I don't have to work hard. They're invisible. You don't know where they are.
they're actually behind us right now.
Oh!
Oh,
All right, so let me
How
drag
spooky.
you guys. The rest of you will be here in a moment. I'm
Yeah.
just grabbing your icons. So, boop.
The gym in their name is short for GM layer.
GM-less.
There you go.
I wanted to
But-
catch a word with Dia before we met up.
Oh, yeah, well...
That's
yeah.
fine. You just teleport. Oh,
Just move
look,
away.
we're over
Oh,
there.
oh,
It's
oh.
like,
Well,
We're all the way
I'm
over
moving.
here.
I'm
Right
moving.
next to the
you're right next to the keeper.
There you
Naturally,
go.
that's where we'd gravitate to.
Yeah.
Next to the
Just
nearest
looking in a
keeper.
shop window.
We see this keeper here, and we're like, wait a minute. Scones.
I'll never know. What the fuck are you doing? That's not what sconce means.
I'm sorry. Maybe that's what I want it to mean, okay?
Yeah, get on the grid. Would
we
ya?
can sit, we can have a word by this very animate fountain, so you can have that budget on screen.
Oh my god, you're right. Let's catch a word by the fountain.
This dwarf woman will leave, so you are not trying to share a bench with her.
Kind of awkward.
Look at this fucking budget.
Look at this fucking fountain.
Oh, man.
I gotta pull out a little bit. Yeah, look at that. That's nice.
That's the money.
Yeah, we sit and appreciate the fountain for a hot second. Hey, Dia.
Mm-hmm.
God, this fountain's nice. Hey, can I
Yeah, it looks really nice.
talk to you about something?
Yeah, sure. What's on your mind?
So, you know, yesterday, the whole deal with making paintings and such and having a good time of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, when everyone was crowding around mine and saying what a good job I did, that felt awful.
I see.
Just truly terrible. I think probably the worst I've ever felt about anything, and given my work history, that's something.
Yeah, that's unexpected. Do you have any notion of why you felt that way?
Oh, I know exactly why. It's because of that work history.
She kind of cocks her head to the side.
I don't know if there's any way you could possibly relate to this notion, but my entire life before we met was set out on a path that was entirely out of my control. I didn't really have a whole lot of say in what I could do and why, you know?
Yeah.
And then being face to face with the idea that there's something else I could have been doing the entire time that wasn't morally repugnant feels awful.
Do you think you feel that way? Morally repugnant's a pretty loaded term. I mean, you were an assassin, so I suppose that's fair. Do you think you feel you're feeling bad now? Like, now those actions feel bad to you in a way they didn't before just because you regret them? Or is it that you regret you didn't use that time on something meaningful to you, like painting?
It's not that I regret those things. Like I said, it was out of my control. I didn't have a choice. Not really, at least. I mean, obviously I did upon hindsight, but back then I wouldn't have made a different choice. No, it's more like... I don't know why my life went this way. And if it had gone another way, I maybe would have just been able to spend it painting with my mother.
Yeah. He scoots a little closer on the bench.
And the more I think about that, the more I'm forced to think about how the chances that we get out of this situation without a fatal encounter with someone very important to her is unlikely.
Do you think you... This is a weird way to phrase this. Are you contemplating whether there's a way to save the life of Conrad Rivaldi because he's important to your mom?
Certainly not. No, I don't think that would really be possible, frankly. we don't have a great track record of saving the people who we're supposed to be dealing with.
I think it... I mean, my perspective is that it has really depended on whether they have had some kind of... whether there's been some way we can understand or relate to their goals, even if we disagree with the methods they've used to that point. There's plenty of people that I wouldn't have thought we'd been able to part on peaceful terms with, and when it's happened, it's usually been because circumstances have allowed us to find a different way for them to achieve what they want. I mean, hell, we even Marjorie Redwood came around in the end, right?
That is true.
I have no idea what Conrad Rivaldi actually wants. I don't really trust that anything he's said in any time we've spoken to him that he's been straight about his motives or how much he knows about what's going on. He does seem like a serious guy. Having gotten to overhear him speaking privately once now, I think it's possible that he genuinely wants to protect this city, even if only because he himself enjoys living here.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it'll be fine. But I really can't maintain that hope. Here's the thing, dear. You might not know this about me. I doubt I've mentioned it. All of the folk that I've killed before we met and after, they don't weigh on me very much. Because I was trained at a very early age to understand the consequences of what I was doing. When you snuff someone out, you're killing someone's son, or father, or brother, and you need to be prepared to deal with the consequences of that. And I've always been able to deal with those consequences. I don't really know if I could deal with these consequences, dear.
You're talking about moral and philosophical consequences, like the changed world you're leaving behind by removing a person from it? Or do you mean the practical consequences of them having a father, son, brother, etc., who might come after you for revenge?
I don't think I can deal with the consequences of killing Conrad Rivaldi, because that will thoroughly close another door for me. And it's the only door that I've ever really cared about keeping open. I can't just snuff him and then think I can talk to my mother ever again. That would just be insane. And the fact that I can't just accept that is very distracting. So that's what's been on my mind.
Wow. Well, you've been keeping it on the DL pretty well. I knew you were feeling complicated ways about how to approach the situation, but I wouldn't have guessed this was all weighing on you so bad.
It's about professionalism. I didn't feel the need to bring it up because it didn't seem like it was going to be relevant.
What do you think that might be about to change?
I think it's quite likely, yes.
Well, Stands up from the bench. Nothing's decided yet. I think if you're trying to be as professional as possible, any energy that you spend right now contemplating what happens if we end up having to kill Conrad Rivaldi is, for the moment, wasted energy. Because even if you're genuinely really scared that that's going to happen and you don't know how you're going to deal with it, you don't know and I don't know whether that is, in fact, going to happen. He might kill us first.
That's true.
Problem solved real easy there. But I don't think we know enough yet to know whether this is indeed a life or death struggle where there has to be one winner and one loser. So, now that I know, I appreciate you telling me this. I don't know how much I can do, but I'll make sure. Anytime I think about their little cabal, them and Emmett and the invisible gymnast and Oleander and whoever else is in on the shit, I will make sure to remember that they're not just people for us to sweep out of the way by the most efficient way possible. If we can find a more difficult way that lets us avoid the scenario you're talking about, then I'll do everything I can to try to find it. All right?
Don't go too far out of your way for me. I appreciate it, but remember,
No,
professionalism.
Yeah, but let's be honest. We only just got a team name, right? We can't say our whole history together has been a professional one. And maybe our future won't be either. Who knows? And so I got to think a little bit beyond that, you know? You're a significant person to me. And if you felt that you had irrevocably altered your life for the worse, then I would feel bad too.
I appreciate that. May our lives be personal, then.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Very nice. Yeah, you guys make your way back up the stairs. There's still a bit more of a crowd starting to gather around the Kiss by the Sea. There's also a lot of kids over in the playground because a lot of parents are like, oh, I gotta go to this political thing, but like I got the kids today.
Just dump the boogers off there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you see like one kid who's just like going around the bend doing bonk, bonk, beef, and then they run around with them. It's apparently Leviara's version of
Bonk,
Duck, Duck,
bonk,
Goose.
beef. I love it.
And so,
Duck, duck, gray duck.
Freak.
yeah, I am aware. I am aware that I'm correct here in Minnesota. But and then you guys. So you guys are walking with Pride and Deletta. You did walk by Kabloom. I don't know if you wanted to go pick up your ice
Did we
bomb.
want a scene with Flair? Because if not, Nash and I can just grab those.
Yeah,
I don't have anything specific to talk to her about other than give us the goods.
Yeah.
All right,
no.
give us the goo.
All right, she gives you she hands you this.
Beth can have the goo.
So she hands you something that's the size of a fire extinguisher.
Ah.
She's like, all right, so we ain't got to go into long detail about this, but if you're going to use this, you're going to want to raise the plunger, twist it, and then bring it down, okay?
Ah, yes.
You will have 6 seconds before the chemical... You will have 6 seconds before the chemicals play ball with each other, okay? When that happens, looks out the window, sees Pride and Deletta, like, wait. Pride is tapping his foot and like looking around very carefully, and Deletta just waves out the window. Right. When this happens, do not be near this. I cannot stress this enough. You gave
Like
me
how many
good.
feet near this?
Like a wall would be good.
Yeah, okay.
1, 2.
Listen, you basically asked me to make a pocket ice age, and I succeeded. So be careful. This will do exactly what you ask, but it is scary.
Okay.
I have not tested this. I am going off of assumption because, believe it or not, I wasn't like, well, should I make sure this does blow up?
Because that might affect the trout population. I'm gonna be
It
real.
might affect the trout population.
Nash, this was Dia's idea, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right, off my conscience. All right, yeah, that's fine.
Right. Well, just, yeah, be careful. It's going to be good, though, but like a wall
Yeah. Okay.
would be good.
Okay.
Or at least make sure you're like 50 or so feet away from it when it goes
Okay.
off, at least. Like, is good, though. All right. Well, I don't want to be distracted, y'all. It looks like you got some friends out there. You
Yeah, we
have
got
fun.
a busy day. I appreciate it, though. Thank you.
Been a pleasure working with y'all. And she just shakes both your hands. 11th hour. Oh, you guys got a name. Get out of here. Shoot, get out of here.
All right, I'm going.
Okay.
Where's Maze with his infinite bag when I need him?
Yeah, so like Pride like kind of cocks an eyebrow when you come walking out with this big ass thing.
Don't worry, it's work stuff.
I feel like I need to worry a little bit because it is work stuff.
This will only be a problem for you if it's a problem for everyone. Smile.
Next just looks at everybody like, why you say it like that?
You can just say it for a job.
Deletta just claps her hands together. Oh, I don't mind. I trust them implicitly. It does look interesting though. She like walks up and ting 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 the side of it.
No. It's a bomb. Please don't.
Pride like like a sprinkler. What
yes,
do you
for
mean?
honesty's sake, it's an alchemical bomb that does a lot of cold damage, so very, very important that you don't fuck around while I have this.
This is a VIP. Just Deletta. I'm sorry, Mr. Bomb.
She's a spellcaster. She's got resist cold. I'm sure it's fine.
Errands wait for no man, VIP or not.
Very well. Let's just make sure that he like pushes Deletta. Let's just make sure we're keeping a brisk of this, yes?
Okay, come on.
Thought it was gonna be little like most potion, that big.
Yeah, this is cumbersome.
Oh, he running.
Yeah, no, he
It was like him talking, and right back turns around and she's trying to hustling.
yeah, no, you're starting to see more and more blue jays kind of like getting all situated and raring to go. Pride escorts Deletta to the door, and he's just like, yes, dear Mace, your
Over here.
comrades, yes, this way, please, thank you. And he goes inside. It isn't too long until you see the two of them appear back up on the roof. And Pride is in like hyper vigilance mode, just looking around while Deletta sits down with a nice little lemonade.
Take it.
Taking it.
Heavy. Okay, no longer a problem. Good, wonderful. All right, I'm gonna do things.
All right.
He's gonna be casting buffing spells and such.
I mean, I don't know. Is it starting yet? Because some of those might have shorter durations that you
Okay,
wanna...
alright. Well, he will wait until basically Diletta's about to talk, and then he'll go inside and do it where people can't see him.
Yeah, you're starting to see here. I'll just start like revealing batches of people. You're starting to see some folks gather. And then these folks are over here. And it isn't too long until you see some very familiar faces to the east. Not just with Regal and Pure, but Amaranth with Embernice and Brutus. Brutus actively, like, stays back here. And then Embernice kind of, like, wiggles her way into the crowd a little bit. And then these two will actually start walking up to you. Good morning.
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 Yes.
You get a
how
good
are-
rest?
I did. I slept very soundly. I hope you did as well.
Oh yeah. I'm amazed that Fez got any sleep at all. I'm sure I was snoring like a log.
You were.
Oh, you could hear it. Oh,
Yes,
jeez.
I was out in the hall.
What were you doing out in the hall?
He just kind of taps at the side of his head.
Thinking?
Yeah, let's go thinking.
All right.
Right. If you don't mind, I will be accompanying Deletta on stage. I can provide some extra security for her and whoever else is immediately present.
Oh,
So
I can't imagine how we would mind.
I just like to make sure. I mean, you all are big heroes now, so. And she goes upstairs. And not too long after, she appears and shakes Deletta's hand, and the two have like a nice small conversation. Rosa steps up. Well, you two, well, all of you were busy last night. My God, do you ever sleep?
We try.
Eventually,
We always think problems smaller than is.
we did sleep because we were ordered to by Pride.
That sounds about right.
Well, it's not as selfless as it sounds. He was ordering us to go to sleep so that we would stop uncovering new problems to keep him awake.
That sounds like pride. Right. Well, obviously, I'll be on the ground level with whoever else is to provide some extra form of security.
I wonder, it's probably not going to be very easy with the crowd here, but it might be worth, as things begin to, progress, sweeping around a little bit with that thought detection of yours, just in case you come upon an errand. Once she starts talking, I'm gonna get her.
She smiles and taps the side of her head. Don't worry, I'm already in the process. I just have to be careful because there's a lot of people here.
Yeah.
I don't feel like having my brain melt, so.
Makes sense.
Oh man, I just realized, if I upgrade my headband of vast intelligence again, I might be able to push myself into the int range, where if you detect thoughts on me, I stun you.
Let's go! You're not getting us again, Rosa!
We're not going back to the principal's office.
You do see Embernice in the distance. She's like looking as stern as she can, like she's got her lips pursed. She's just like trying to be all tough, but then she sees you guys like, oh, hi! Gives a big wave, but then goes back to looking rather serious. Let's see here. Yeah, Octavia is like hanging out in the back, and you do notice someone just hanging out on the bench. Good old Armella is just all by her little lonesome.
I don't want to talk to my sister.
And amongst the
No
crowd
one
also,
talk me, I angry.
Oh.
I was thinking about going and sitting next to Armella, now I will not.
I mean, you still can.
I know I can, I simply won't.
Fair enough. I mean, if you want,
It's a fear radius.
I can have him move. I don't want to cock block you out of things.
We're all good. I probably shouldn't sit next to her, to be honest.
All right.
Though
I always forget about his barcode skunk beard until
How
I
could
see it
you?
again. I don't know. Somehow it just doesn't, register until I'm looking at him and I'm like, oh!
Though, if it's at all possible, if I can't get there, can I maybe get up here? Would that be
Oh,
within reason?
yeah, absolutely. Position yourselves where you want to be. No, that's too chill for
Yeah.
this.
Let me see. Where do I want to be? Where is the most optimal healing range? I think I'll probably just stand next to Rosa. If she's gonna be standing right here, I'll be on the ground floor where people are.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Amaranth notices the heavy footsteps behind her and turns around. Nash, is that?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, good. Okay, I thought I recognized those steps. Here, she gestures. I think it makes the most sense if you are directly next to Deletta.
Okay, thank you.
And she steps to the side.
I'm gonna, given that
What
Nash is,
power group we have up here?
given that once again Nash is gonna be next to Deletta, and also it's catastrophic if Nash gets mind fucked. I would like.
I mean,
to
I
give...
did get a potion. So
Yeah, you got a
I do want
potion.
to know what that like
Yeah,
does.
it is a +4 to any mind-affecting effects that might try to hit you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's
Okay.
nice.
Allow me to add on to that then. I have many. Give yourself +4 on your saving throws. To God, everybody basically. Fucking.
What is the effect?
It's Wrathful Mantle plus
Okay.
+4 on your saving throws, and then you
Mm.
get the big blasty blast when you turn it off.
Sure. How
So
long
yeah,
is this?
that'll include the gang up here too if they want it.
Sure.
How long
All right.
do
That
it
gives a
last?
+1 bonus per 4 caster levels, so that is not a +4.
Oh, okay.
So +3 probably.
That's it should be +2 because we're not level 12.
Yeah, 8th. So, but +2 is good.
+2's not bad.
Tis better than nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. That I'm gonna pop I'm gonna pop Trucian on me.
Sure.
That will be very useful.
Yeah. So
We're being very paranoid about this, justifiably so. I think.
We're being the exact correct level of paranoid, I would say.
If we're too paranoid, that's fine.
Yeah. Let's see here. I'm trying to find a track that fits what we're doing here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think I already did it, but yeah. So it isn't long until everyone starts to get hushed by various like blue jays and even a couple of keepers, as well as Dooley Doo, the giants that are present as well. And the moment Deletta starts to talk, you see Amaranth cast a spell, and a globe of invulnerability surrounds the people within 10 feet of her.
That's a good one. Also, very useful to know that she can do that for when we fight her.
Right.
Yeah, very
I
helpful.
think Nash for a second he's like hand on hilt, like gotta eat the spell, then realizes it's Amaranth and comes again. But he's in hyper ultra mode right now.
Oh man, I've got the best fucking idea. It's so unnecessary. I'm gonna do it. I just
Well,
I
that
just
we're
I
in
was,
our sniper position.
So I was about to just be like, yeah, Dia's just gonna be up here so that we're not bunched up to all get fucked by something. But then I realized I can fucking if I use Monstrous Physique, I can turn into a gargoyle, and
just
it's a
be
high
up
enough
here.
level spell that I can actually use the gargoyle's freeze ability to appear like inanimate stone and just be a secret gargoyle.
Oh, look at you.
Oh, I
Look
love
at
that.
you.
That's very
Finally,
funny.
she matches.
Yeah, so I think as things are getting set up here, Dia's gonna find a moment to kind of slip off to the side, cast a couple spells, finishing with a Monstrous Physique, and assume the four-armed gargoyle form, and then she is just going to impersonate statue.
Okay.
I'll place myself.
Yeah. Amaranth she has her cane in front of her, and she just leans forward. I can do that a few more times, and each time I do it, you'll have about a minute and a half, so do with that what you will. And Deletta nods. Good morning, everyone. I realize that my absence has been curious, to put it mildly, and concerning, and I do apologize for that, but considering the tension that has been rising in the city and the, well, lack for a better term, assassination attempt against me, it was necessary to leave the public eye for a little bit. But don't worry, I have been kept abreast of everything that has been going on in town, as well as the recent events in the academy, and regarding the events last night at the docks. We are looking into all of these, but one thing has become abundantly clear. We have a lot of security measures, as you can see, but the problem is they are not coming together. They are not coalescing and working as a unit, and that is very problematic. And there's like some mumbling within the audience, like, One person calls out, "Yeah, but I mean, like, the Blue Jays have been stirring a lot of trouble, right? Like, let's be reasonable here." And someone pops in, "Oh, our keepers aren't much better in this regard." And Deletta puts her hands up. "I understand that there has been a lot of tomfoolery between these organizations, and I'll be the first to admit that this is unacceptable, and we are taking measures to hold our own people accountable. And I would expect," she looks very pointedly at keepers, but can't seem to find Emmett, "to make sure the keepers follow those same regulations. Now, we are also hoping to work closer together with the Hersif family, just because they have been instrumental in providing security for, I mean, not just Leviara, but multiple other areas of our beautiful city." And someone steps up. "So, what's going to be happening with the academy? Like, that was a massive mess up with Doopsy." And Deletta looks a little confused, and Amaranth puts a hand on her shoulder. "Do you mind?" Just gestures. "Good morning, everyone. As you are likely aware, I am Amaranth Hersif, and I am one of the heads of the Hersif family. Doopsy will be investigated and spoken with about these matters. I am personally confident that he did not have a direct involvement with that situation. That being said, he will be stepping down from the position of headmaster temporarily. Cannot stress that enough. In that time, though, I will be stepping up and taking that seat. Let me make this clear. I have no intention of forcefully taking over the academy or anything of the sort. I realize that could be a concern. My plan is strictly to up security with our fire giants and other Hersif members, and while I will be guiding the school, I will not be providing any large changes to it besides that. Because I have an expertise in that field, I will leave it at that. Thank you." And she takes a step back. "Thank you very much, Amaranth. And so, that is why, with that process, it is in Amaranth's hands, and we are very confident with that. As regarding the assassination attempt, we are not entirely certain who did that, and we are not going to start pointing fingers because that just leads to a mess. And, like, you can tell that Diletta's starting to get a little nervous because there's so many eyes on her, and there's still all these whisperings, and not even the fact that that's rude, but it's a thing of like, oh God, what are they saying? Is this actually okay? And Regal actually pops up. So do you plan on removing the keepers then? To be fair, they have been instrumental in keeping you alive, quite frankly, with that nasty business the other day when the Blue Jays had failed miserably, and the keepers have been present for a multitude of situations around the town. Deletta nods. Right, and that's why we can't just force y'all out because you have been very helpful in that regard. And Armella kind of leans back. I must concur. I mean, to be fair, this is a free amount of extra security, and considering how batty things have been getting around here, it just seems necessary. It seems bizarre to remove extra layers of security, such security that is actually competent. You know, the keepers are organized. They don't start fights, they finish them. Isn't that something that we need right now more than anything? And there's some mumbling amongst the crowd. I'm going to have a diplomacy thing happen with Oh
no.
And the whole audience is like, yeah, actually, no, this is, yeah, why would we just oust them out? They've been instrumental. And Dylan, like, I understand. I won't be making changes immediately because that's what got us into a very hot tension situation to begin with. So we will be taking measured steps. And Conrad actually leans up. Measured steps. I hope you plan on communicating with the higher-ups. People are aware that you failed to communicate with individuals such as myself regarding this massive change to Leviara's politics. And you see that Victoria's wrapped around Conrad's arm, and she's kind of like nodding along. It's like, yeah, that was kind of a bold statement. And there's more mumblings going on of like, you didn't talk to the higher-ups about this? You just made this choice? The Portmaster shouldn't have that much power, right? And, yeah, at a certain point, Lucine actually steps up. Everybody, I understand your concerns in this regard. Please, if anything, Deletta has been actively the most front forward when it comes to making sure that our city is safe. Please have faith in her. Yes, this was a large decision that apparently was not discussed with others, but I am willing to believe in her. All right? Have faith in her. Consider this. She actually like steps a little more forward, and you see Marigold's like, please don't leave me alone in this crowd. Consider the Portmaster beforehand. How many times that this city changed without the discussion of our lawmaster, as well as the Hairsifts or any other individual who is directly involved with our beautiful city. Deletta has been with our community since the beginning. She's been going to all of our shops. She's come to all of our plays. Thank you very much, dear, for that. And she's always asking how she can help us. So please, back off. Give the woman some breathing room. This is an error, to be sure, but she will amend it. I believe in her. And I will give her a diplomacy check.
Come on, Bard.
Are we fighting? The ladies are fighting.
That helped a lot. There is this big talk back and forth of what's going on. And I should actually clarify, that shouldn't have been a 15 for Armella. That was a little too high for her. So honestly, they're kind of even. So now the crowd is like going back and forth in this regard. And there's someone finally pops up. Right. But what about this 11th hour thing? Have they been like fixing all of the problems? So like, what's that all about? And Deletta actually perks up. Well, as you can see by this kind gentleman next to me, she gestures to Nash, as well as a few other people, such as Maze, and gestures over to Maze in the mask, Laurent Redpath, and
Hides his face.
And I don't know where the other one is, but that's how good they are. They blend in. But the 11th hour are dear friends of mine, and I've actually hired them to be assistants in this town. And there's mumbling of like, oh, really? Deletta did that? And Amaranth steps forward. You know, the academy situation, that was solved entirely by them. I realize there's been rumors going around that I solved that. No, I merely followed through their discovery. They were the ones to discover that the academy was going through some interesting changes regarding creatures that should not have been present. And I followed up on their lead, and I trusted them to go in and solve the problem. Why? She gestures. Because I trust Deletta. And that was the right decision. They handled it expertly. No one was killed. There were a few injuries, but that was beyond their control. And anyone that was harmed, they healed. They helped. So, please, rely and trust on the Portmaster. And I'm going to give her a persuasion check. Diplomacy. Yeah.
Damn, everyone's on point
The
today.
ladies rolling high.
Yeah, there's even more discussion of like, well, I mean, yeah, I've been hearing more about those guys. Those are the guys that saved Deletta, right? I mean, it makes sense. They're on her payroll, I guess. And someone's like, yeah, but, you know, I talked to some people that were involved with the academy situation, like my brother, and like, it just keeps going on. And it's like, yeah, actually, that is pretty good. And it doesn't take a very keen eye to notice that like Rivaldi is kind of looking around like,
I don't like the amount of discourse that's happening. This is supposed to be an easy dub.
I'm supposed to win this. I am the man who wins.
No, I don't like it. Throws his ice cream on the ground.
That's fucking funny. He just goes off at the back of the crowd. Fuck you!
And so there's still some murmuring, and then finally you do hear someone say, "Yeah, Portmaster!" And like they start cheering for the Delato name, and you see Deletta actually tears up a little bit, and then make sure to kind of sniff it back and hold firm. And finally she's like, "So, again, I know things have been hectic, and I'm gonna keep working real hard for y'all. So please be patient, and please start working together. We are in this together anyways. This is our city, so please, let's treat it like the treasure it is." And with that, everyone kind of calms down, and they all start to disperse.
Oh, no shot. She says treat it like the treasure that it is. Mace is gonna try and get some applause going. Come on, that's the closer. Come on, people.
Yeah, no, Maze Maze in the back, only person clapping, and then someone's like, "Yeah."
It is
Yeah,
game gift.
Yeah, and everyone there's like a small applause going through the audience, and you know, people start to disperse. They start to head on out. And I'll just start removing people because they're just not here anymore.
I would like to.
No
make a
one can
perception
figure
check.
out who started the clapping. It's because it was the gargoyle.
Can I make a perception check?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd like to see if there's anybody who, I'll need to wait for the second part of this. I'd like to see if there's anybody who left abnormally quickly or grouped up with people, and then alternatively after that,
assuming nothing happens.
I would like to look for people who linger.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
Plus 2 on dat. Oh wait, no,
Oh.
hang on, that was a save. Never mind.
Yeah, not a save.
Okay.
Just dat.
So you look around, and there's definitely people that like bunch up, but you get the feeling that these are like friends or family that are like coming together, or even like a coworker is like, "Oh, hey, I didn't see you there," and then they just bunch up and go out to go get lunch or something of the sort. Looking around, you do see that like Armella hangs out for a bit longer than normal than you might expect. Pure and Regal, they're sticking around, but you get the feeling that's mostly because they're waiting for Pride.
Yeah.
And Lucina Marigold actually leave together, and they seem to be going down back to the Paradise Theater. Victoria and Conrad also just kind of like stick around, and the two are just chitty-chatting with one another. Octavia, she like comes on up, and she's just chitty-chatting with Armella, just to like confirm, like, "Oh, by the way, you have an important appointment today," and talking with her. Besides that, no one sticks around, and there really isn't any curious activity.
No
Also-
immediate 3 suspicious hooded figures skulking into
Yeah.
an
I
alley.
can't believe nothing is immediately happening.
So I'll say with a 25 perception, you get the gut feeling that security was so high here that
They didn't
that
want to fuck around.
if someone was going to try something, like, no, this is the worst time ever, especially with like Amaranth present, like constantly spamming Global Invulnerability, which you saw her cast probably 5 times.
Christ.
And she kept it up the whole speech. Deletta just kind of looks around. Okay, I guess we're done.
Great job.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Amaranth shakes her head. I'm not. Our security was way too high for this, and anyone smart would have known not to make a move. Not to mention, I don't know what the play would have even been.
Probably a suicide run, if anything.
Pride nods. Yeah, probably, but you'd want to get something out of it if you're going to do something that crazy.
Yeah.
And they probably didn't see an opening. So, Lady Hairsiff, thank you. Amaranth, oh my god, why do I have to keep repeating this? Just Amaranth, and just shakes Pride's hand. Sorry. But, thank you very much for popping on by. I'm gonna do another look around just in case, yeah?
No, was just gonna ask, Amaranth, you headmaster? Not forever, but...
She nods. Very temporarily, because I'm the one that's worked closest with Headmaster Doopsy for the longest period of time, and it just seemed like the best course of action. And she puts her hands up. I can't stress this enough. This is temporary. I don't want to be in charge of the facility for too long, just because that is a lot to learn and understand, not to mention things that we've discovered, thanks to you, about the Academy that I feel like Doopsy was going to inform me of, but did not have an opportunity. So.
Nash nods. He gets a little on his face thinking about the whole secret meeting. Oh, it will be great if Amaranth takes over as headmaster.
Which makes me think. She kind of looks over and summons her little bud Humphrey, who just boop, reappears. We should probably make our way to the Academy. There is a lot of work to be done. Is there anything else that you need from me here? Pride shakes his head. I don't think so. I think we're more or less ready to go. Could I trouble you to leave at least 1 or 2 fire giants with Doletta, just to make sure? I'd be happy to. I could probably just leave Embernice with her. Yes, that sounds lovely. All right. And with that, Amaranth just clicky-clacks her cane along.
Oh, that's good. That means if Embernice is bodyguarding Doletta, we won't have to fight her at the Horde.
And Amaranth actually stops and leans over. Maze?
Yeah?
When you have an opportunity, could I borrow you for a moment?
Oh. Well, you can borrow me now.
Oh, all right. I don't want to take up too much of your time.
No, not at all. I wasn't doing anything important. It's just internally, I was just going to ask Doletta about this whole on her payroll thing. Don't seem to remember that. Would like to see the fruits of that labor, if that's okay.
Yeah, no kidding. You get the feeling Doletta was like in the moment, just like, well, I can't just say they're my friends. Like, that's not good.
Besties, that's nepotism.
She kind of like leans in. I don't want to make this a big thing, but when I was looking over the information regarding when you walked through the Horde of House Hairsiff, it analyzes magical items and whatnot.
Right.
Something cropped up that I thought was very interesting.
I can think of a few guesses.
Well, all of you actually had very interesting family choices. Not choices, but...
Certainly not.
Family choices.
Yeah, she smiles.
Yeah, let you choose, girl.
She smiles. I should know. I would have chosen a little differently.
I can imagine.
I noticed that your father's name didn't come up, but your mother's did. And I found that rather curious. Are you aware?
Aware of what?
That it is stupid to ask, but I have to anyways. That your mother is Victoria Rivaldi.
Yes, I'm quite aware.
Okay. Follow-up question. I hope it's not rude. How old are you? Because it's hard to guesstimate by voice. Victoria has been present for about a decade or so, and the Rivaldis have never once mentioned having a child, and the fact that Conrad did not come up. Obviously, this is curious. And she puts a hand up. I am not interested in stirring the pot or creating gossip. If anything, if you want, I just won't bring this up ever again, and I've already burned the information, because I wanted to check with you before anything else. I was just curious because with politics the way they are right now, if if it got out that Victoria had had an affair,
Mm-hmm.
I'm optimistic people would be smart enough to not make a fuss about it, but we're dealing with nobles.
No, of course. Well, I'll be honest. I don't really have any qualms about disclosing my age personally. It's just a thing. It's just a number to me, but it would further complicate things. And I could simply lie to you, but I get the feeling that you would see right through me.
Maybe.
So to speak. Blind Ginger.
She kind of nods. I don't want to force your hand into anything, obviously. And admittedly, at this point, it's mostly out of curiosity.
Alright, fine. I'm 175 years old.
It's almost imperceptible. There is a small flinch when you say that. I see.
And now, since I'm burdened with that, so are you.
You're not an elf, are you?
No, I'm not.
She just nods. Because of your honesty, I won't be following up on you any further. But this does make me very curious on what to do next.
Certainly puts a wrinkle in things, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Well, I won't be informing anyone, and before you ask, no, God, no, I'm not telling my father. But
I would never assume as much.
I need to do some investigating because there have been theories, and some things are starting to come together a bit.
I wish you best of luck, then.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. She gives a small bow and then goes down the stairs with her cane.
Victoria's the mom, but Conrad's not in the thing. Where's his cock?
She left before I could say goodbye.
You can see her, like, not going all the way down the stairs yet. She, like, looks over. Oh, gracious. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Amaranth. It was a pleasure,
Yes.
as always.
Always a pleasure. And gives a little nod and goes down. And Bernice kind of, like, walks up to Redpath. Okay, so that was wonderfully boring. I mean, the speech was beautiful. It was wonderful. I just mean the fact, like, I just kind of thought something might happen.
Nope.
Rosa kind of, like, walks on over. Yeah. I was hoping so too.
You were hoping? Really?
Or no, sorry, my brain is a little jumbled. She, like, leans in. I've been going through people's brains for a while now. And kind of made a bizarre discovery to this point that Victoria and Conrad are starting to leave together and just, like, chitty-chatting with one another as they go. She kind of leans over. So, digging through the crowd, you know, I can grab people's voices and things like that, and sometimes I can have a hard time placing who's who. There were two I couldn't read. Which, thanks to my experience back at, and Embernice is like, oh, what's going on? She's like, Embernice, would you mind surveying the perimeter really quick? Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mind.
And so she starts kind of walking around.
Wait, you mind? Read minds. Oh.
Oh. And she kind of, like, leans in. The only time that this has cropped up before is with Andrin. And as we both know, The reason why you can't read their minds is because they're undead.
Mm-hmm.
Which is making me think we might have some undead amongst us.
Okay, and where did you, whereabouts did you happen to notice who that might have been? Or is it, I don't know how the spell works. Is it just kind of like an area, or do you have to recognize the voice?
It's
He's
mostly,
playing coy entirely.
it's, trying to recognize the voice, because a vast majority of the time when you dig into someone's mind, you can,
I see,
You
and
can-
because there
and-
was nothing, you couldn't
Yeah.
hear anything, I see.
and there's also the possibility that, I'm just being paranoid, because if the spell doesn't latch on, then nothing
Could
happens.
be, yeah.
So, I'm not going to raise any alarms yet, but I just wanted to let you know so you could stay on your toes.
Good job, bro. So
Oh,
you
I'm always
cracked
on
the
my toes,
code.
but what's
She doesn't know.
wrong
What do
with
you
that,
want?
We have access to so much more information than a normal person.
It's just funny, you know.
It is funny. I think we may have two undead.
It's
Maybe
still-
they're married and standing next to each other in the crowd.
It's still theoretically, unless she actually saw other people, this does mean probably no one else in the crowd is undead that we don't know about already.
True.
Most
Presumably.
likely.
And this also
no-
probably confirms that those two were actually here, for whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
As opposed to being illusions.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think you need to worry too much, because... Is that really that big of a problem?
I will trust you because you have more expertise with this than I do. But I'm going to keep looking into this. Do you happen to know something I don't? It seems like you do.
Oh, I know plenty of things you don't.
Okay.
Alright,
She,
you don't,
like,
have,
rolls
to, you
her
don't have to
eyes.
sound that proud about it, buddy. I don't know fucking anything.
I do know who it is, and they haven't caused any problems so far. So,
All right.
if they cause problems... Do you really want to be in on it?
I'm here to help if you need it, but I
You're
understand
not
if you don't.
insisting, so...
Well, okay. I will help. You just have to let me know what.
Okay,
Cool.
we'll let you know if you have to be worried.
Duly noted. And it's not too long until you see a familiar person come walking out of the establishment with Amaranth. And she kind of tilts her head around. Rosa? Oh, I'm right here. Oh, there you are. Hi. I'm going to the academy now. Did you want to? Yeah, I'll tag along. Sure. And kind of like locks an arm around her. Remember, we're around if you need us.
Mm-hmm.
And the two of them walk off. Before Amaranth is like, oh, Bernice, if you wouldn't mind staying with the Delato, Ms. Delato, that'd be great. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Happy to. Oh, you heading out? Yeah, don't worry. I've got Rosie and I've got a couple other people. Okay. Sounds good. Okay. And she comes on back. Yeah. Deletta kind of looks around. Well, I'm sorry for everyone being here and nothing.
Sorry, I wasn't assassinated.
Yeah, it's not even like that, but it's just like I feel bad that I got everyone, lined up. We took all these precautions, and then, like, maybe it was overkill.
I think having us here made them not want to.
Pride nods. Ignatius got the right of it. And Amaranth even mentioned it. We had this pretty well locked down. Well, we will remain with Deletta. Probably return back to the Portmaster's office. There's a lot of paperwork to be done there. But obviousif you need anything, you know where we are.
Yeah, of course. I don't suppose anyone briefed you yet, Bride, on the new things we wanted to bring to your attention.
I feel like on the walk here, Nash and
did
Redpath
say, yeah.
Okay.
would have informed him of everything, and Pride nods. Yes, a lot of new developments. I guess the real question is, what's the next step?
That is the question. We don't know what it is yet, so that's probably a load off your mind.
Less than you'd think. But, just... Yes, well, I do know that you also wanted to talk to, or release, Lenny the Hunch. Madame Delato, I actually should have the authority to do that now. If you want, I'll write up some papers, and you can deliver that to the Lawmaster, and we can have him released, because based on what you've told me, it just makes sense to have him be released, as well as anyone else that was affected by these bizarre little spiders.
It's only fair.
Yes, I do agree. He is still a criminal. I should make that abundantly clear, even before this, but he shouldn't be in jail for this crime, at least. And it feels... While beneficial, it feels like we cheated to arrest him. You know?
Exactly. Catch him doing the thing that's actually his fault if you want him in prison.
Precisely. We'll get him next time. Yes, so...
That would be immensely helpful. Thank you, Deletta.
Happy to help. It's the least I could do. I also had mentioned that y'all were on my payroll, huh?
Yeah, speaking of things you can do, yeah. I don't know if that was just something to tell the audience or if you wanted to go getting our hopes up.
I'm more than happy to pay y'all. I just felt like it would sound really stupid if I said, my friends fixed it.
No, that's completely understandable, which is why I'd be willing to just let you weasel out of that part of the not even a verbal agreement.
I'd like to reimburse you somehow. Once I get back to the Portmaster's office, let me look at what we've got for finances and, just double check what would be appropriate.
Of course, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Also, where is Dia? Did she get abducted?
Oh no.
He has been hanging out just in case, someone was like, well, once ever all the security starts to disperse, then I'll strike. I'll just kill her. And
I'll kill her with my ice breath.
With my ice breath. And it seems like that's not going to happen. So as everything is breaking up here, Dia will just silently pat this blue jay on the back. So, good job, buddy.
Oh! Yeah, no,
Nash looks over at the screen. Found her.
This blue jay, he was coming over, he's like, I don't recognize this one. This is weird. And then you patted him on the back, and the dude, nearly shit himself.
It's like those performers that look like the statues.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Deletta turns around. Oh my goodness!
My ears are burning.
Pride just kind of oh, yes, okay. I think I've heard about this before. Welcome back, dear. Did you spot anything from your perch?
No, to be honest, I'm not among our group's top 3 spotters, but I was ready to spring into action if anything happened. I thought maybe as a last resort we might need people scooped up and just carried away into the sky. But it seems like we'll be okay for today.
Yeah, none of our spotters spotted anything, so we'll call that a win.
I don't know, if you want a fast trip home, I can get you there.
Or I can just walk you.
Yeah, or Nash can just walk with you.
I think to avoid too many eyes on us and to make things even weirder than they are in this town, we will just walk.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's all right. I do have another appointment later today. I don't know, Maze, how are you feeling? Would you like to do that now?
I mean, suppose we could, but I'll definitely take a gargoyle lift.
Rad.
Yeah, all right. So, where is everybody going at this point?
Oh boy.
I don't know. I mean, Nash wants to. I mean, we know Pride and everyone is escorting Delata back to the Portmaster's office, but Nash is still feeling a little like, well,
Yeah.
our security's down. Now is the time to strike after all of the security has dispersed. So I'm just gonna walk her to the Portmaster's office just to be safe.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
gotta
I'll
be
go with
guard
you.
dog.
Yeah, no. So, you guys bring Deletta back to the Portmaster's office. And,
Still
Again.
playing with your canoes, I see.
What of it?
I'm done here. I'm needed elsewhere. I don't like any of you people.
Yeah, fuck off.
He's hauling ass.
I'm going to the prison. Whoa, that made him long.
Long rad.
But yeah. So, yeah, no, it's weird. Like, there's still, like, there's a lot of people still talking about it being like, yeah, no, Deletta's got the right of it. I mean, if Amaranth's got her back, then I'm going to support that more. And there's talk of, like, the Keepers being like, maybe they shouldn't be here. But there's still a decent number of people who are like, we kind of need the Keepers in some regard. It's one of those things of like, I mean, it's, hey, free guards is what it boils down to.
Yeah, they don't realize the trouble they cause by being here. How can you blame them?
Say,
So-
Pride,
Yes.
where is Emmett?
Not too sure. Believe it or not, I haven't planned on putting a bell on him. But
You should consider it.
maybe. He might think weird things.
Didn't
But-
see him whole meeting.
Yeah.
I think Nash was specifically on the lookout for Emmett, even if he didn't realize it. You know, that old what
Yeah.
happened last night thing.
Yeah. Pride thinks about that. No, strangely, I haven't heard anything from him recently, at least.
Oh my, that sounds a little suspicious, wouldn't you say, from somebody so opinionated?
Yes, it is curious. But I also don't want to start coming up with too many theories that aren't fruitful or true, because Lord knows what a mess that would be to follow. But, yeah. Pride looks back. Oh, that's right. Embernice is supposed to be with them.
Yeah!
She's like, okay, so do you guys want me to be in here? Should I be outside? Okay.
Nash shrugs. Like, he's the guy who makes the calls.
Yeah, we're not
It's
your boss.
wherever you're most comfortable, really.
Pride looks back. It might be best to be outside if you don't mind. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, just holler out the window. Okay. And she goes back outside. Pride thinks, well, I have no other task for you today, and I don't want to be relying on you too much, because honestly, I feel like you being on the ground is more useful than lingering around a building. So, I don't know, something doesn't sit right with me. Well, I mean, let's just get to work, all right? And don't worry, I'll be looking into that payment for all y'all, all right? So, and then Deletta goes on back, and so does Pride.
It does feel like that all went a little bit too smoothly.
Where's the knife in
I-
my back?
Yeah, I want to know where Emmett was. Very weird not there with his whole I talk nice thing.
They might have been pulling the strings somewhere else. I'm sure we'll hear about it.
So, you said you had plans? Like at Dia?
Aram,
buddy,
you're muted.
Are you here, buddy?
Fuck! Oh, yeah. Maze and I are having a little bit of a self-care day / espionage.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. We're gonna get our hair done by that incorrigible Armella.
Ideally, maybe speaking with her a little bit will help us figure out her angle. And hell,
I
maybe...
kind of want to see this.
I mean, you're free to come.
I'd love to invite you, but also I don't want to spend money that's not mine.
Yeah, this was a pricey engagement.
I mean, you can still be there.
Yeah.
Yes, does it cost money for me to enter the room?
To merely be in her divine presence?
For me to
Probably
listen
not.
in through the doorway?
Yeah.
No, by
No,
all
that's
means.
true, yeah.
Ideally, we might be able to wring more information out of her than she would like to let go of. Maybe she knows where Emmett's at.
I have my own theories there, but nothing but wild speculation so far.
Yeah. Cool beans. All right. Well, I will drag you over to Smooth as Silk.
Can we take a quick break?
Sure. Let's take a little break.
Oi.
I will bring it back over to the Leviara backdrop.
Well, I'll run to the bathroom real quick then.
Yeah. Get some different music playing.
One of these days we're gonna see a generic icon and be like, hello, generic, and then they're gonna be like, hello, 11th hour, I'm Emmett.
Emmett.
So, out of character, my suspicion is that because Emmett has a name and a level of prominence that usually is only attained by non-generic people, my suspicion is that there is a shoe to drop about their identity, either in the form of, oh, they're also, they're secretly X other character, which we've speculated about before off stream, or that they're just like a ghost suit of armor piloted by someone else.
The remote controlled Emmett. Holy shit.
Just because the token is generic, it sets up the, like, what does Emmett look like under the helmet, and it's a non-generic token. Or nothing. I was... After the brief encounter the other day, I was, like, kicking myself a little. I was like, man, I should have just straight up interrupted Emmett mid-smarm to be like, hey, take off your helmet.
Why don't you go fuck yourself?
Yeah.
Just to see what would happen, how mad he would get.
Oh, take off my helmet. Sure. Mind crush! There. Everything's fine again. Yeah, no. It was one of those things where I was like, looked at the meeting, I was like, I don't think anyone would try to make a play here. I don't know why they would. This is such a bad position.
I'm sure if they made a play, it was going to be some weird, completely out of left field thing that our security would offer us no help against, which I thought might happen, but no, I'm glad
a lot of
that
bases covered.
I'm glad that our efforts were validated.
I mean,
We did
the
it.
one thing I can think of, I have it. I have the globe of blizzards. They couldn't summon a blizzard in the meeting.
What a weird play that would be.
I'll kill them with a blizzard.
With my ice breath. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Do.
Hello.
Welcome back. All right, is everyone back and ready?
I'm ready.
I'm spaghetti.
All righty. If that is the case,
I'm trying to think. I don't know if Nash would necessarily want to just hang around here. But, like, going off on your own is, like, dumb. But I feel like he might, like...
yeah. Where does
just,
Nash want to
like... I mean, I feel like he just kind of wants to get a lay of the, like... Just now that that meeting is over, getting a lay of public opinions, and also just see if he can spot anything suspicious-fishy happening around town. He might just take a walk, you know?
go? Yeah. All right. I'm happy to put you on the map for just a walk.
Yeah, let's
I mean,
go for a walk.
that's the him thing. We can go to the hair salon first. I'm just thinking in my head, does Nash just want to sit here? Probably not. He probably doesn't want to sit here and watch Armella be Armella.
Yeah, I'll go with you. Redpath would like to watch Armella sweat, but at the same time, he knows he doesn't have the composure not to bitch her out.
Fair
I'm
enough.
not gonna ruin this for you guys.
All right. So if that's the case, let me adjust icons on maps. I'll come back here. I will delete Redpath. Boop. All right.
Nope.
Nope. I hope I don't. Huh? But yeah, no. So you two come on in, and let me get her theme. Where is she? Where is this terrible woman's theme? Oh, there you are. All right. So you two come on in, and Armella is like, so who on earth would request these times? Oh, I mean, they did drop about 7,000 gold just for the opportunity to see you. But they're so busy, though, that they just couldn't pick a time. Well, I mean, 7,000 gold, really? Let me look at that. Oh my! Well, where are they? Oh my gosh, look at that. There they are. And she gestures over to Dia and Maze. And her expression, like, changes for a moment. She's like, what? Them? Wait a minute. Oh, that's right. They're famous now. Maze! Dia! Oh, it's so good to have you. I didn't realize... how busy? I mean, you must be so busy because you're keeping this town in tip-top shape.
Oh, you know it. We've had a hell of a couple days, but we had to set aside time for this.
Oh, yes, I can... Oh, I mean this in the nicest way possible, but yes, it's running you ragged, dear. Look at this. And she kind of like runs a hand through your hair very quickly. But with me at the helm, you will be stunning by the end of this. And Maze, I assume you would like similar updates, yes?
Oh, it doesn't have to be anything complicated. I'm sure you can just use whatever time you have left over after dealing with Dia's massive hair for me.
Oh, nonsense. You have paid for the time. I will spoil both of you rotten because you have earned it. Please. She gestures over to the chairs. I might be able to get a little help from someone if you'd be... Unless you want it to be just me.
Who did you have in mind?
Well, Regal might be popping on by fairly soon. But I understand if you would prefer exclusively my expertise. I mean, to be fair, you
Yeah,
are
Maze,
paying...
want to get your hair done by Pride's mom?
Sure, why not? Currently, Mace's dilemma, though, is like, he's just like eyeballing this chair. He's like, is Dia going for it? Am I going for it? Who's going for the chair?
Dia will go for the chair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
All
it's quite all right if you have her here as well. The more, the merrier.
All right.
As long as there's still some time for a little bit of private gossip. I'm told you're the best at that as well.
Oh, of course I am, and I am always ecstatic to chitty-chat about... I mean, if you don't mind, she very quickly, like, pulls out her brushes and things like that and starts going through your hair and just kind of like evaluating it. It's like, this is beautiful. So long as you don't mind me picking your brains as well. I mean, to be fair, you guys are on the ground level. You have been seeing, I mean, like, for example, what with the academy and things of this sort? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. Just...
oh, I wonder, could you get me a foot bath while we do this?
Oh, of course.
Maze, you want a foot bath?
No, I'm quite alright.
Octavia!
Yeah, you beat me to it. Octavia! If you'd be... No, I'll get someone else to do it because I have work to do. So, and the receptionist is like, oh, yeah, I can help with that. And she comes on over and she gets a nice little foot bath rolling for you as Armella does your hair.
Dig in the self-respect, Octavia.
You've come a long way.
But I am curious. Obviously, everyone's been quite hush-hush about what happened at the academy. Is it true that Doopsy might have really stirred the pot a bit there?
Oh, to be honest, we're still investigating exactly the origins of the problem. And so I think it's a little too early to say whether or not Doopsy was at fault. But he's certainly taking it as though he was. And I'm sad for him because he has very high standards for himself. And it upsets me to see him so upset about what happened.
Oh, but it is so noble of him putting the children first. I mean, that's the reason he's even in that position. We can respect a man like that. But having a hairsif in charge, I don't know, that sounds pretty good to me.
You're a booster for Amaranth taking the position permanently, I take it?
Oh, I never said permanently, but having her there might, organize things a little bit. It's been a mess there. I mean, it's no secret the lack of teleportation circles within the academy, considering its mass. It's ridiculous, to put it mildly.
Right? We were saying that constantly while we were there.
Exactly. It's common knowledge what a disaster it's been. And you can hear, like, the other people in their chairs like, yeah, Armella's right! And they're just, like, nodding away.
I really hope they're paid actors.
They're on the payroll just to nod and say, Armella's right!
It's her hype squad.
Yeah.
Even that
yeah,
7-year-old.
You tell him, Armella.
Mm-hmm. No, so, that's been a whole thing, to put it mildly. I'm gonna... Yeah, and she leans in. But what else did you want to talk about? I mean, I don't want to be hogging the conversation.
Well, to be honest, I would really like to hear your opinion on this, what seems to be, and I say this as a newcomer, an out-of-towner, it seems like the hot-button issue of Leviara right now, with the potential leaving the coalition or not, having the keepers remain on guard or not. Where do you, I feel like you must have a lot of insight here. What do you think is the right way forward for the city?
She kind of taps her chin a couple of times. I think having the keepers here is an excellent decision, and I think leaving the coalition could be, if I may be so bold, a bizarre decision, and the fact that it's still going through is really unnerving. I mean, take for example, we have so many wonderful connections courtesy of the coalition, and obviously we could still maintain them, but they might not be nearly as potent if we make a change like that, and that would be such a drag. Not to mention, if we leave the coalition, we lose the keepers. It's another line of safety for our glorious city. And what with the nonsense that's been going on, and let's be real, she leans in, as much as I love the Blue Jays and the Hersif family, having a third party be our main form of security instead of run by nobles? Well, that sounds rather enticing, don't you think?
Oh, instead of run by nobles. I suppose I would have expected, given your position as the head of the Dulain family, that you'd be all in favor of the nobles retaining as much autonomy and control as possible.
Oh, that would be... As much as I love my power, it's really for the people. And she gestures, and you hear everyone behind her, oh, that's Armella, and like clapping. She's like, yes, the people.
Oh, it's the paid
Yes,
actors,
the most
all
simple
of them.
gesture I could have gone for. Talk.
But, I mean, I won't lie. Being a part of the coalition is also very fruitful because there's so many people who just have dreadful taste in fashion, and I can save them, Dia. She just like shakes her shoulder. I can help them. Not to mention that I should make this abundantly clear. I donate so many clothes to people, and I'm happy to donate food as well. Oh, Armella, and like more people clapping. So, losing that opportunity, it just means that the Dulain family's reach, it gets a little smaller, and we just can't help nearly as many people. Oh, Armella, here. Oh, thank you. She blows her nose. It's disgusting. And she's like,
Oh, you have the same
well,
donkers as your sister.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Her train of thought thoroughly derailed.
It's weird. It's a weird thing. So you bring up her doinkers, and she's like, yeah, what about him?
Just pointing it out. It's cute.
Okay. Thank you. As I was saying, so, I mean, leaving the coalition, it just feels like such a, well, I don't want to say mean things, seeing as you are good friends with her. Seems like a bozo move, right?
Such a funny choice of words.
Good thing Nash wasn't in the room.
Bozo!
Power attack. 5% power attack, full attack.
I mean, obviously
did
we're
you-
friends with her, but you're entitled to your stance on things. We're all friends here.
Oh, and most importantly, we are all mature adults that we can have these conversations. See, this is what I'm talking about when I just wish everyone would get along. It's so scary right now.
What did you think about Diletta's stated reasons for wanting to leave the coalition?
Oh, I understand her perspective, to be sure. But I feel like it's her trying to just dodge some heat. I mean, she abandoned her post rather quickly and easily, and for days without informing the people? That's a little concerning, don't you think? And there's people like, yeah, no, Armella's got the right of it. That is weird. Why did she just leave and not tell anyone what's going on? And I understand for security measures not to be hunted down, her location needs to be hidden, but why on earth not tell anyone that she's at least safe, that there are theories? I mean, isn't that bizarre? No one has any direction as to who would want to harm her anyways. And not to mention, I hear that Blue Jay who started the whole thing was never even caught yet. And there's more murmuring of like, oh my God, it's such incompetence. And that's why I think having the Keepers get more directly involved as a neutral party to kind of keep an eye on these nobles getting so involved with how we maintain our city.
Mm-hmm.
So the Keepers didn't catch that guy either?
Well, they've been hamstrung. They don't have nearly the level of freedom, courtesy of Pride Lionheart getting involved, making sure that his Blue Jays are the ones that lead the investigation. Does no one else think that's a little suspicious? I don't want to doubt Pride. I mean, we can all rely on Lionhearts. Oh, speaking of the most reliable one. Yes, hello, Armella. Go help Maze. Okay. And she comes on over. But isn't that a little strange, Regal? The fact that the Blue Jays are investigating Blue Jays, that is rather strange. And, oh, do I need my glasses? What's wrong with this mirror?
Didn't think about that.
Oh, wow.
I did think about that, but I wasn't there.
Yeah, that's... Don't worry, it's all normal. It's part of an unfortunate condition. Adventuring does these things to you.
He's cursed, I'm afraid.
Regal has a weird collection. Oh, you wouldn't have happened to have bumped into a Mr. Verger, have you?
Oh my goodness, I'm
we
so
love
glad
that
you mentioned
guy.
it. Yes, I did
Oh.
bump into him.
But yes, he has given us cursed items, and sometimes they have had side effects.
Armella's like, what the hell? What are you talking about?
Who the fuck are they talking about?
Fuck manicure lady, tell me what they're
Yeah,
talking about.
That's not me. Ugh.
Oh, that's such a shame. I'm so sorry to hear you've been cursed, but we are blessed to have the 11th hour present in our city. And people are like, oh yeah.
So glad
Please
to hear
take
you say
1d4 of
that.
damage. She blessed you.
This is true.
Armella, Regal leans down. Well, I guess you'll just have to take my word for it that you will look beautiful by the end of this. You just let me know what you want. Would you like to dye your hair or something extravagant?
Oh no, nothing so extreme.
Holy shit.
All right.
I'd just like it trimmed a bit. My hair's
All right.
sort of getting in the way of the mask, you see.
Oh, very nice. All right. Well, the mask has some green on it. We could have some green highlights. It could be fun. Mask it all together a bit more.
That's
Oh my god, can you... Loyal's hair is her fault.
Oil's hair is her fault.
no,
Armella leans. That sounds beautiful, dear.
That's really not necessary. I'm a simple guy.
All right.
No,
You don't want green trim?
I'll tell you right now. Absolutely, don't take it personally. We not too long ago visited one of the continent's foremost tailors and designers of custom outfits, and Maze opted to pretty much just get his same outfit.
I mean, that kind so-and-so did insist on at least cleaning my cloak.
Yes, that was thoughtful of them.
Oh, dirty. Well, in any case, Regal kind of leans in. Thank you very much for what you've been doing for this city, by the way, and of course for my beautiful children.
Oh, of course. It's really been no trouble at all. Well, that's a bit of an understatement. It's been some trouble, but...
Oh, I imagine there has been some trouble, but luckily you're very capable individuals, and we're very lucky to have you here.
We've been happy to do it, is really the point of it.
Regal gives a small smile. Good. And then she just dunks your head in the water. Oh, heavens, hold your breath. Armella, leans over. By the way, what was this nasty business on the docks I've been hearing all about? It seems to be where you made a grand stand to introduce the 11th hour, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Well, there's a small element of investigation still ongoing there, but the long and the short of it is that it seems some as yet unknown client had placed an order with a band of smugglers for some rare specimens from off the continent. Spiders that produce extremely fine silk, but that eat dreams. And they turned out they were capable of doing that, even as yet unhatched.
She thinks about that for a little bit. Really? Spiders, you say? That is most curious.
Don't give her
Well.
ideas.
Well, I'm glad that you resolved that so quickly.
She doesn't... Does she have any kind of oh shit, that was me reaction? Obviously,
Give me a sense motive check.
I probably won't be able to tell, but
I mean, I can
it's a
try
wild
and-
ass. It's just a wild ass theory that she might have been the person just because she makes clothes. But yeah, whatever.
Here, I'll try in between my waterboarding sessions. Eh.
Okay. I will say with a 16, her tone has changed.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, I'm glad you resolved that problem quickly. Those spiders, any idea where they came from?
They came from, sorry, out of character. Was it Behemoth? Do we know
Yes.
that? Okay,
Yep.
yeah.
You do know that they are native to Behemoth.
Behemoth, I think. They were delivered not too long ago, and had been sitting in the warehouse and preying on people's minds, even from within the cargo.
Lord knows how the people of Behemoth deal with them, if they're that dangerous when they're just babies.
No kidding. You know, this just makes me wonder. She like leans on the chair. She's not even doing her hair at this point. She's just talking. It does make me wonder. I mean, there has been tension between Behemoth and Goliath for some time. And to hear that they are still trying to deliver illicit goods, and not only that, like weapons. Like this is basically a weapon, right?
I mean, I suppose, but I don't think the intention would go that far. This seems more like... God, this seems more like the angle of just general corporate greed. Doesn't matter how dangerous the thing is, as long as you can get a pretty product out of it.
I mean, we can't just assume such things. That seems a bit extreme. But if I were to... But if we're going to do madness when it comes to assumptions, I mean, could it be that Behemoth is trying to stir the pot here so that we are imbalanced?
With all due respect, I tend to trust the wisdom of Occam's razor, which is to say the most obvious answer is probably the one that is true. Sure, this could be some sort of grand conspiracy, but we're in a Are you quite alright?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
You doinkers! Yeah!
It's possible there's some sort of grand conspiracy, but that feels like sort of too grandiose an explanation for something that is just a small-scale smuggling operation in a noble city.
Oh, but considering the danger that these creatures could bring, and the fact that they hadn't even hatched yet, to my understanding, and we had people attacking folks, we had individuals getting restless and stirring the pot, which then escalated our own tensions amongst our various security measures, and more people are going, yeah, actually, that is true. I mean,
It's absolutely insane, the lack of wisdom that someone would have had in getting these things.
We don't know where it came from.
I'll say
This was not the revelation I expected to have here.
It was for me!
I'll say this. If it sounds like it's a matter of significant concern to you, and I think we'd be happy to investigate further and try and determine the origin and the intent behind their delivery.
That's true. I mean, we do know the right arms to twist in order to obtain that information.
Oh, do you? You talking about Pride Lionheart by chance?
Oh, certainly not, but I'm sure you
No.
understand. I can't reveal these sources.
Why would you immediately suggest my son? Oh, I mean, he is a major force when it comes to being the head of security for the Maw of Eels. Why would I not refer to him when it comes to these sort of behemoth interactions? I mean, we share the ocean with them, don't we? And he has an expertise in these sorts of things. Yes, he is very good.
And it was per his request that we were dealing with this.
Ah, that makes sense. Well, must applaud that Lionheart fellow. He is a hard worker, and that's all thanks to a wonderful mother. Oh, Armella, thank you. Just continues dunking Mace.
Oh, God!
Oh, hold
Now,
your breath.
am
my
I
God.
crazy? When you get your hair done, don't they tilt your hair back into the water?
No,
Yes.
I am just
Why is
being
he-
waterboarded.
It's way funnier to me.
She is the kind of mother who sees you come in from playing outside and goes, "Oh, you have some," with her thumb.
And personally, I love the mental picture of there being so many people here who are eating up everything that this saucy bitch is saying, but Naze is getting drowned to absolutely no fanfare.
Yeah, and at a certain point, like, she gets your head out of the water, and she pulls out this, like, weird-looking stone, and then twists something on it, and then, like, some hot air is blowing on you. I'm sorry, dear, there's no reference for me. You're not in the mirror.
No, I understand
Not
that.
in the mirror, which means I can't see you.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Say, I saw that you were there at Diletta's speech today. The both of you.
Oh, yes, of course we were. Yes, it felt vital. It's a big message coming from our wondrous portmaster.
It makes sense. Everyone was there. It's kind of weird. I wanted to speak to Emmett, but he wasn't there.
Regal thinks for a moment. Emmett. Oh, that's the Eldritch Knight that's been popping around more. Very vocal fellow, that one.
Yeah, I figure he would have shown.
That is strange. I mean, he might have been watching elsewhere. I mean, this is a pretty big city and needs to double-check all... I mean, for example, this dock situation might have been present there, just making sure everything's cleaned up.
I mean, sure, but, like, isn't there a certain... how do I put this? There's a certain, like, etiquette to these sorts of things. If you're an important person, you're meant to show up when important people have things to say.
Yes, I do feel that it was, well, it felt disrespectful to me, I have to say. There were a small handful of keepers in attendance, but none of the leadership. And, given previous events, it seems unwise as well. I mean, the last time Diletta was in public, she was attacked, so... I don't know. I just can't fathom the reason.
I mean, if we're talking about being inconsiderate, I mean, Diletta's the one that wanted them to all leave so unceremoniously. So the fact that anyone showed up just to ensure that she was nice and safe, I mean, let's take that for what it's worth. And besides, like I said, I'm sure Emmett's a very busy gentleman.
I certainly have gotten that impression.
Oh, yes. She just continues smiling.
Huh, I figured you would have known where he was then. You seem
She
like...
tilts her head.
I mean, you seem really in the know, like you know everything that goes on around here.
Well, I can't survey everyone. I mean, people live their own lives, and
Certainly
besides,
not. But
why
like,
would I care? Why would I care what one keeper is up to?
one keeper, he's currently the de facto leader of this group of keepers. He seems a pretty important guy to me.
Right, but I fail to understand why that would be my responsibility to keep tabs on him. Are you, Mr. Myers? You're not suspicious, are you? Oh no, that would be very dreadful.
Oh, some people have said I'm a very suspicious person. But no, this really doesn't have anything to do with that. It's more so that you like singing the praises of the keepers, and that's fine. But you don't care about their leader?
She looks back over. I just feel like at a certain point I need to give the man some privacy. I mean, I don't need to be up in his business all of the time. You know, like, well, take for example, I'm curious, did you happen to know where Diletta was the whole time? Didn't feel the need to inform the general public that she was indeed safe?
I mean, I'm not really at liberty to comment on that. But if I were to, I would probably say something to the effect of when you're unable to identify who your assailant is, you have to assume that everybody is against you. So the fact that she felt the need to keep it extremely hush-hush is well within reason.
Regal nods. It does make some sense, dear. I just wish we had known that she was at least all right. That Diletta woman is a sweetheart. That's what I'm getting at.
She's such a sweetheart. And it would be unfortunate if there was an additional attack on her before she was able to get everything together again.
Yes, that would be dreadful.
Yes.
Yes. Armella comes back to your hair, Dia. Well, is there anything else that you wanted to talk about? Because we are almost done, dear.
Well, I've still been chewing over your wisdom vis-a-vis Leviara's situation and the coalition.
Makes sense, doesn't it? Makes you think.
Really makes you think.
Really makes
Yeah, everyone, the other people, so true. Makes you think.
I'm curious. Your concerns about missing out on those connections if Leviara were to leave the coalition absolutely resonates with me. I can understand that.
Oh.
But, well, I guess I'm thinking ahead to the future. With Leviara not having been the only city to leave the coalition, since the Bronze Circle's left as well, and that she turns around, and you didn't hear this from me, but Cragmer's Fisher had a very near miss a few months ago, and almost left the coalition then, and they still might. It makes...
Really?
It makes me personally... I travel around the continent a lot. We all do, the 11th hour. And to be honest, the impression that I've gotten is that the coalition may simply be on the way out. It may be that its era is ending and something new is going to replace it. Some new... I don't know. But with the Bronze Circle, Leviara, potentially Cragmer's Fisher, it seems as though the era in which Errol was the center of everything, at that one place that connected the whole continent, that looking for the next big thing rather than focusing heavily on what's worked in the past. To me, there might be some wisdom in that approach as well. But what do you think?
That's a very bold claim, Tia Diadem. Coalition faltering. I find that very hard to believe.
Do you think we're not credible?
Oh, I never said anything about that, Maze. I just mean the coalition has stood strong for centuries.
And nothing ever changes, right?
It doesn't need to.
Some people think it might.
And some people can be wrong. I just think it would be a little bizarre to suddenly abandon ship so quickly. For what reasons in particular? That the Keepers indeed sometimes overstep their bounds, but it's always for the good of the people. I mean, when they are prevented from doing what they do best, nasty things keep on happening, don't they?
From where I'm standing, generally what they do best is allowing nasty things to happen.
I don't necessarily share my friend's view in that regard. Dia attempting to play good cop. That being said, Cragmer's Fisher was one example, but again, we see a lot, but we don't always know how information travels. I would say that's your area of expertise. Has Leviara, or really have you, received any news about Sweetstone in the past month or two?
There is a moment where Armella is going to speak, and then Regal looks over. No, but I get letters every once in a while from my lovely husband, Leon, and he has been saying things have been quite nice. Though I haven't gotten one from him recently, though. That's unfortunate. I'm sure he's very busy making sure Sweetstone is tip-top shape, as we Lionhearts do.
Dia kind of like She looks over her shoulder and tries to catch Armella's eye a little and do like a little beckoning motion, like this is only for you.
Oh. She gets real close.
The Keepers have been routed out of Sweetstone, and if it hasn't formally left the Coalition, it has in practice.
I see.
Things.
No.
There's an old expression that I hear sometimes, but things change very slowly and then all at once. Things build and then they go. And so, I don't know, to me, I can absolutely respect wanting to keep with, no pun intended, wanting to keep with what has worked in the past. And clearly, given how massively, staggeringly successful your business is, things have worked very well for you. I think, personally, it'd be good to diversify and keep an eye on the future as well as the past. And sometimes people make the mistake of trying to block the future out and trying to hold on to the past and holding on a little too tightly. And when it does slip away, they're left with nothing. But if people look ahead as well, then sometimes it's possible to make that change a little smoother. Now, I'm not trying to... I have no broader philosophical point here. This is just me thinking out loud, but I see people doubling down on the Keepers no matter how many things go wrong, and I have to say, as someone who's been out there on the front line, so to speak, makes me uneasy. At least it would make me uneasy to have all my eggs in one basket, so to speak.
Give me a diplomacy check, but with a +4.
Okay.
Ooh.
There are a lot of things that appeal to her interests.
Let's see. +4, and then... Okay, and then it's... How long has it been since the speech? Not that long, I'm assuming?
I can't imagine it's been terribly long. Like, it's been under an hour.
I slapped a heroism on myself in
Yeah, probably
anticipation
getting
of us
close
maybe
to
fighting.
an hour.
So,
because hairstyling,
this
you
is-
know.
Yeah. This is with everything, including the additional +4 that you mentioned.
Okay. Armella kind of like looks around. Oh, dear, would you mind, I think we need to get some more filings over here, because we need to make sure these toes look lovely. Oh,
Ooh, I would
okay,
love
sure. And she excuses herself. All right. So here's the deal, Dia. She like you could feel her drag her finger along your shoulder all the way to the next one, and then leans over. I am on good authority to believe that it's wise to back the Keepers, strictly because they are a powerful unit, despite the Coalition, as you say, crumbling. And I must admit, this new information is intriguing, to put it mildly. I had not heard about Sweetstone.
Oh, please
Cragmers.
be very careful with that information, of course, because I know that you value your friendship with Regal, and, well, obviously we haven't brought it up to her because it affects her personally, and so I wouldn't want to see her feelings get hurt by learning from, from some uncharitable or uncomforting source.
Of course, and that's why I appreciate your concerns. Discretion. That's a very good word for this, Dia. But I'm also on good authority to believe that maintaining Keeper presence is beneficial for the city, as well as getting the Hairsifs more involved. The Hairsifs are obviously the most powerful name in this city. It's not up for debate. I don't care what you think or believe, it's just true. And having them be the lead of security, and this is where it gets a little more difficult. She leans in and basically kissing your ear to whisper this stuff to avoid Regal hearing. As much as I, love Pride Lionheart,
You can be honest with me, Armella.
I loathe him. But he is necessary, and Regal does cherish him. But he sticks his nose where it doesn't belong far too often. And he doesn't get the results that this city needs. But the hair sifts, in combination with the keepers, that sounds pretty good to me, don't you think? And I'm not saying we oust Delato. No, no, no. She's a wonderful lady, and I'd hate to remove your friend from that position of power. But let's be real. She's not qualified, considering she didn't even ask for the job, now did she?
Well, I have been very impressed with Amaranth Hairsif in the time that I've been here. And I certainly agree that they're a fundamental part of the city's security, with the fire giants and with their magical talents.
Mm-hmm.
Pillars of the community. Is there a reason you feel that the combination with the keepers is vital to utilizing their full potential?
Well, I think the biggest reason is that the hair sifts can be controlled, if necessary, in the grand scheme of things. And I don't mean that in a malicious way. No, no, no. As I've always said, it's always for the people, dear. We must think of the people. But they have a power and authority that, should the keepers get ousted, I'd much prefer to have them in charge. Someone that we can rely on, that has the capabilities of defending us properly. Wouldn't you agree?
I absolutely understand. May I ask you?
Of course.
Just, since we're we're sharing our most intimate secrets now. You perhaps are you proactively working towards this outcome you desire? Because I am thoroughly open to being convinced with regards to what's best for Leviara. And just between you and me, even though it's usually not our intention, when the 11th hour has come to new places, often we end up caught in a sort of whirlwind of events that often sends that place off and decides its future, at least for the short term. And so I would be very interested in talking more to you about what you think ought to be done and what you're doing and whether it's possible that we could work together.
Ooh, give me... I'm debating if this is a diplomacy or a bluff check, because I feel like this is more of a bluff, because you do want to work with her, but it's strictly to fuck her over, quite frankly.
I mean, Dia doesn't really like her as a person. On the other hand, she is sincere about Armella, in spite of being, kind of vile, does have more actual skin in the game of what happens to Leviara than we do, or at least than Dia does.
Yeah.
So she's willing to entertain that she might not appreciate the complexities of the situation about Deletta being in charge versus the hair sifts. Obviously, she wants the keepers gone, but it's whichever one you think is more appropriate. I'll accept your ruling on.
I'll say diplomacy. Yeah, no bonus on this one at this point.
Okay.
Obviously, with your heroism, you still get that.
I'll take that. Maze has blue hair and pronouns.
Oh my god.
Okay. She thinks about that. I am working hard, obviously. I mean, a big part of making sure that things go in the right direction is keeping the people informed in situations just like this one. She just she comes down to your level and looks in the mirror and kind of shakes your shoulders, and sometimes we need to make sure everyone's on the same page. We don't lie, obviously. That's terrible. No one should lie. But we just make sure that they get the truth that's necessary. Now, obviously, I can't just let you walk into anything.
Oh, of course.
I would need to make connections first, and I'll be perfectly real. She shakes her shoulder. I don't trust you entirely. I really don't.
We just blew into town, and just between you and me, I'm a little crazy. So I totally understand.
Yeah. And believe it or not, you've kind of shook the tree a little bit for me more than I prefer. And you could like feel her fingers digging into your shoulders, but I'm a bigger woman than that. I don't hold grudges. Never have, never will.
Liar.
Yeah, don't buy that shit.
But you seem like a possible ally. But I need to communicate with others before I can make such a grandiose decision. Because they might not be too pleased if I were to act so brashly. You understand?
Oh, of course I understand. I think we, as you say, we've made a big impression for how little time we've been here, so it would not surprise me if any other people you happened to be in business with had their own opinions about me as well. But I hope that you'll keep an open mind to the possibility, because for better or for worse, there's probably a few more trees that will end up needing to be shaken in the course of our time here, but it doesn't have to be in a way that upsets things on your end.
Well, from business partner to possible client, let me make this pretty clear. I would be careful which trees you shake, because you've already shaken a few.
Well, I'm afraid I've never been careful yet, and it's not likely to start.
A bold decision. But
that's how we get things done.
It is, and just like that, we are done, dear Dia. Regal, how are things over there? I think he is looking magnificent. Oh, get a little blush on you.
She did your makeup too? What a wonderful woman.
You are as pale as your hood, and maybe that's because you want to match, but I think a little color would be lovely. Would you like some lipstick, possibly green?
No, I'm quite all right. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Of course. Obviously, if there's anything else that I can do for you, and if there's anything you wanted to chitty-chat about, I'm always intrigued with gossip, as you might know.
Honestly, if you want to do something nice for me, just do something nice for Pride.
She nods. I would love to do that. I should get him a little treat. I don't know what, though.
I think he's earned a little treat.
He absolutely deserves a big treat. Don't undersell my boy.
I'm so
Son of a bitch, I'll kill you.
I'll kill you. Stabs you with scissors.
Okay, this is the worst haircut ever, I think.
I'll cut you.
I noticed.
My, look at the two of you. Oh, I am surrounded by just stunning blondes. Oh, I do hope to see you again. You do pay nicely.
Well, this has been a pleasure. Thank you for your handiwork.
Oh, of course. And thank you for the gossip. Always a big fan. And you can always pay me a visit, especially when you pay to visit.
Armella, a week from now, 7,000 gold on shampoo. Octavia, what does this mean?
Means go fuck yourself.
It means I'm embezzling and you're too stupid to catch me. I can literally say that to you and no consequences will occur.
Ooh, is this a new rumor?
Right. You two have a good one.
You look good, Maze.
Do I? I'm frankly horrified. I couldn't see anything.
You look, you look different, but it's a bold statement.
I don't like hearing that. I don't like
What about
hearing
me?
bold statement. What kind of statement is it?
It's the statement is look out, world. You've got a whole new Maze Myers to deal with.
I don't want the world to look out for Maze Myers. I can't do my job if they're doing that. You look great.
I suppose I didn't think of it like that. But there is a whole new Maze Myers. You said it yourself earlier, right? So why not mark the occasion?
Yeah, sure. New maze, new haircut.
What if she crimped his hair?
A new maze for new days.
All right. Cool beans. Did we want to jump over to the other boys and see what they're up to?
I don't know. Do you have a scene?
Well, they were taking a walk, right?
They were going
Yeah.
for a walk.
Yeah.
Is there anywhere in particular you're going?
What do you think, Nash?
You got any ideas? I was thinking of just what locations would be the highest likelihood to see something a little bit sussy happen, a little bit. I'm sorry.
Okay, you're looking for trouble.
Yeah,
like-
I guess we could go to, like, the
because if we
dock?
just if
So,
we just like walk around generally, we might pick up gossip. But if we
Yeah,
walk
do you wanna-
towards like a
Good.
I mean, didn't they say that like the tunnels and such are like a
Yeah.
weird hotbed for this sort of thing?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go inside a tunnel.
Okay, let's see here. Let's see. What tunnel to drag you to? I'm also going to change the music a little bit.
and Nash is keeping a particular eye out for a certain keeper.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this one.
Where the fuck is he?
Yeah, alright, let me go grab your icons.
He does not
God.
trust like this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Bum. And then I guess we'll drag you over to the inside neighborhood. There might be icons here I need to delete. There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Huh.
Loading very slowly. Yeah. So, you guys are walking through the inside neighborhood. It's interesting because, like, as you go, you can hear, like, some voices echoing throughout the chamber. But then at certain, like, thresholds of houses, it gets silenced. It seems like there are some enchantments placed, so if people don't want to deal with, like, the echoes of their neighbors hooting and hollering, they won't.
Bizarre.
Yeah, I can
acoustics
figure
in
the
here.
noise complaints would be crazy.
Fucking nobles.
Yeah.
Oh, do we want to cross this bridge or stay? Oh, there's a little pond over there.
Yeah. Trying to think of who all you might be bumping into while walking around down here.
I don't know.
I don't know. Is it exactly Emmett?
No.
No, I know where Emmett is.
Yep.
Damn it, we didn't pick the right spot.
Nice try.
You can pick again. You don't have to be here.
We didn't roll Emmett on our random encounter table.
I could locate object on his stupid helmet.
Yeah. I will say there probably are two other people that are just walking along, making their way home, actually.
Rivaldi jump scare.
Are they walking in the same direction or walking towards us?
They're walking in the same direction. They are going west. And you could see Victoria, like, wrapped an arm around Rivaldi, or Conrad.
Run up behind him and whack him with your spoon.
10-foot hole!
Ah!
into
No!
a bat to get
don't!
out.
I don't like them! No!
It's fine, we'll just keep walking, and if they notice us, then they notice us. We're just kind of going in the same direction.
Yeah, I'm sure that's how he'll look at it. Like, oh wow, what a fun coincidence, and not you people stalking me. I'll murder you.
Let me roll a Rivaldi perception check. Yeah, alright.
Roll to Rivald.
I think
Roll
want to
Baldy.
get another hoagie after this.
Yeah,
Ooh,
it
that does
isn't
sound
too-
good.
it doesn't take too long for Rivaldi to
Over here and love hoagie.
Love Stop. Hoagies are not allowed.
Conrad spins around. Oh, the 11th hour. What brings you this part of the neighborhood? And Victoria spins around. Oh my gosh, hello you two!
Okay, I was gonna say, you're a little quiet. I can't really hear you over there.
Conrad.
Hi.
Our
Conrad
friends are getting a haircut, so we want
But I don't want
walk
to be around Armella.
No.
Armella. Must have paid a pretty high price for that luxury.
Well, with Deletta paying us.
Victoria looks over. I assure you, it's totally worth it. She does just an excellent job every time, and she's fun to talk to. Yes, she is. Well, what brings you to this part of the neighborhood?
Haven't been in here yet. We're just taking a walk.
Good. We were on our way home. Oh, I mean, did you want to come over for tea or something?
Oh my god, say yes!
What?
Dear, is that...
Would that be imposing?
Dear, that might be wonderful. I think so. Oh, you don't understand, Connie. They have been outstanding in my art class, and I should also mention that Redpath here actually was a model for us. Really?
Guilty.
And they've been outstanding, and Nash's charcoal work has been beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Victoria kind of looks up and bats her eyes. Come on, please.
Oh, you can't say no to the wife after that, buddy. Sorry.
I'm gonna roll a secret diplomacy check for her. Okay.
He leans over and devours her.
His arm! Like a
Where's
fucking
my
anglerfish.
wife? I would hate to disappoint the moon of my life. This way,
Look at
then.
that.
Oh, come on. This will be fun. All right.
Nash just looks over at Redpath like, I guess this is what we're doing
You
now.
looked for trouble.
Redpath has the most malicious smile.
Can I have Nash move one more time? I went to grab him, and then he disappeared.
Oh,
there
okay.
he is.
There we go.
No, that's not your fault. That's just how it be sometimes. Rivaldi home.
My eye is going to be over all of this shit.
Oh, Conrad's theme is so fucking
It's
funny.
so funny. I feel like I'm talking to a Bloodborne NPC.
Oh no.
I
You're
feel like I'm talking to
Bloodborne
a
boss.
Final Fantasy NPC before the boss music kicks in. Where they're doing their grandstand, like, in the big antechamber.
Oh, yeah, their big monologue of just like, this world is imperfect.
Yeah.
Such devastation.
This was my intention. And Conrad just walks right into the home, and Victoria holds it open. Come on in.
Ooh, big windows.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I suppose you need to get any light you can in here. Yeah.
Yes.
What with the shadow magic blacking them out?
Yeah, as Conrad walks in, you notice that multiple sconces, the actual sconces, light up as you go, and they give off this really very gentle, like, orange color, and not like your normal, like, full-on, like, yellow and things like that from lighting. And she's just like, okay, well, I guess let's go to our. Do you want to? I will guide them. If you want to bring the tea. Okay. Just follow Connie.
Okay. Thank you. This is so lovely.
Nash just, like, rubs his slippers on the carpet to not drag in any dirt.
So, have you been enjoying your time in Leviara?
I have been trying to avoid a sunburn as best I can. Oh boy.
Oh, I feel ya, buddy.
You beat me to it. He looks over his shoulder. I'm well acquainted with that problem.
You're so lucky, Nash. You don't have to deal with that.
Yeah, but I get hot really easy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Then, if
The
it
sea breeze is nice, though.
Yeah. Conrad walks in.
I'm a fan of the canoes myself.
Well, if you overheat easily, he flicks his wrist and you see the fireplace in the corner turn off, and the room becomes exceedingly dark.
Ooh, atmosphere.
And he waves a wrist again, and you see more lights come on, but it's still like very dimly lit in here. It seems to be the most comfortable for him. Please have a seat.
I'll go on the inside. It's probably harder for you to shimmy out.
What's the matter? Don't want to sit next to me?
I think he'd
That's
give
his
us
wife's
the biggest death glare on Earth if someone sat next to him, which Dia would have done.
I'm trying to remember, did Redpath sit next to him at the dinner?
I don't know if it was like right next to
Okay.
him, but
I think Dia sat across from him. Like, Dia sat definitely not in a place where she should have, I remember.
so, what reason by chance did you have to be wandering around the inner city?
We just haven't been through any of the tunnels yet. We've been too busy running up and down all the hills, taking care of everybody's chores.
Yes, I'm familiar with that, which reminds me. Marvelous work with the dock situation. Pride
Oh, thank
has... Yes, Pride has informed me of the situation there. We are obviously doing everything in our power to investigate who had these spiders come on in. But it sounds like Lenny the Hunch might be a connection, though it sounds like there may be an attempt to release him soon, despite his criminal activity.
Well, probably better to get him out of your hair then, not causing trouble for you.
That would certainly be nice. But criminals should still be punished, and he still has quite the laundry list of activities.
Oh, like? Aside
he
from
worked-
smuggling, I mean, in general piracy.
Well, he worked with Box Omid Howard for quite some time. So, clearly assisted with murder more than once. He's known to have stolen a ship or two, but he does an excellent job in selling them off to other pirates and then getting their ships, so it looks like he had no involvement with them. It's a laundry list of things. Enough to put him behind bars forever, or bring him to the gallows if we were so lucky.
Sounds like a businessman to me.
That is certainly a perspective to have.
Gotta look on the bright side of things when you lead a life like that, I suppose.
Yes, maybe you're onto something, but don't get caught then, I guess, is the best solution I have.
How long have you, been the... what is the word for it?
Lawmaster?
Right. There's so many fancy terms and stuff in this city. These big city terms. It feels so weird to use them formally. Yeah, how long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this for about a decade now, so I know a thing or two, and I am very much of the opinion that justice should be delivered swiftly, efficiently, and powerfully. If we don't deliver a message with each criminal, another one's bound to take their place. What are your thoughts on it?
Oh boy, small talk is getting a little big. Well, I think it really depends. You know, obviously there are some crimes, some crimes can't be forgiven. I think there should be some level of, reform, though, available. Does the prison have any form of reform programs or anything like that here?
We have opportunities. Of course, manual labor and assisting in various noble homes has been suggested. And for those who are more unstable, we obviously provide what medical attention we can. But there are some individuals who are dangerous by choice.
That is true, yeah.
And those are the ones that I wish to have punished most effectively.
I suppose that really just comes from, their upbringing and things like that, and, well, that's just a whole other issue.
To be sure, but I've met individuals who were dealt a dreadful hand at the start of their life, and they've turned out to be quite magnificent. So, while I understand it can impact your start, it shouldn't determine your end. You know.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Nash nods.
I was also curious. Having any luck with getting into the Horde of House Hersif?
Oh, that lovely fellow, is that a Brutus, the fire giant man?
Yes.
Yeah, he dropped off, the compass schematics that was promised to us this morning, so we have that now. That's nice.
That should be most useful, I'd wager.
I can only
We wouldn't want to take something that isn't the compass. We aren't there
we
to
made a
just
joke.
rob.
Knowing Oleander, he's probably got an entire room full of compasses. Just to spite us.
You almost get a chuckle. It's so close, but you almost get the feeling that Conrad goes, "No, happiness is weakness. I will not falter." And he immediately goes back, "Amusing. It does seem rather fitting for the old bird, doesn't it?"
Joke acknowledged.
He's a bit of a kook.
He is. But I can't deny his power and monetary strength in this city. He must be spoken to delicately. I don't think the man would go off the handle, but he's the ambitious sort. The sort you need to keep an eye on, and you needn't fret and keep a close eye on him.
Well, that's good. I know it's not gonna stay between us, but I feel like he's the type to get his feelings hurt very easily, and that's just oil and water, that's just fire and oil for me.
Yes, that sounds about right for the man. And it isn't long until the doors open and you see the big smile of Victoria. Oh my
there
gosh.
she is.
Well, it sounds like it's just uproarious laughter in here. I hope I didn't miss anything.
I almost got a smile out of him. I saw it.
She looks over. Uh-oh. He's not going to steal you away from me, is he? No, you needn't fret. Okay, good. She looks back over.
You told my wife I almost smiled. For this you will die.
Mind crush.
Crimes must be
I've
punished.
kept this persona up for 400 years, and this fucking twunk comes along and ruins it for me.
I
will not.
Obliterated.
Victoria reaches over and starts pouring tea for everyone. Sugar, cream?
Ooh, what kind of tea is it? Dietary restrictions with Nash here, so.
Oh my gosh, I'm so
I'm sorry,
I
I should have mentioned that beforehand.
No, that's on me. I'm so sorry. I didn't even think about that. This is actually a rare blend. It's a little more expensive to get. It's not a humble. Oh my god, I'm blowing this. I'm so sorry. It's actually from the Wandering Woods. It's this really pleasant fay leaf that is. It kind of gives it's a little sweet already. Oh boy, she looks at Nash. I don't know. I think I'll get more. I'm so sorry.
Let me see. Let me take a look. Because he knows herbs. He knows herbs
Yeah.
and tea and things like that. And he knows a little bit about Fae stuff, just a tiny bit. What kind of check would this be?
This would be knowledge nature. I would also allow knowledge cooking or profession cooking because
I'm gonna do that one.
I figured.
My Pat's also here, like, do it, Vicky. Poison me. I dare you.
Okay, chocolate is biggest one.
Oh, that much I did know, which is why I brought out little crackers and some cookies. And none of them are chocolate. If you see anything, they're raisins. And you see Conrad good.
Raisins aren't good. He can't have raisins.
Oh my god, I'm sorry. The crackers are all right, and I have
Are wafers okay? Is that okay?
It okay? I'm sorry for imposing
No.
like this.
Don't you dare apologize, Nash. Unacceptable. You are a guest in our home. I invited you, and I'm just so embarrassed that and you see Conrad lean over. It's fine, dear. It's fine. All right.
No, it really is no problem. We have a lot of dietary restrictions, so
And
we're used to
something
this.
most people not used to.
Yeah.
So don't blame.
Oh, I understand the whole dietary restrictions thing. And Conrad, like, for a moment, his eyes peek over, and she's just like, as you get older, just everything goes to the tummy, you know.
Uh-huh.
Are
Yes.
you about to blow this for us?
Honey,
you-
please.
What the actual fuck?
For a 31. Yeah, so this tea leaf that she's presented, you're incredibly confident it's not poisonous. And you don't think she's tampered with it in any capacity. But what it does do is that as you sip it, it's like a form of calm emotions. It's you get the feeling she probably has this for like if she's just stressed out or if Conrad's stressed out, and they just want to.
Or if she wants to calm down people who are normal people having a conversation with Conrad and he's scaring them.
That might be the more prominent reason. But yeah, no. It is already a very sweet one, so it's kind of advised against to add too much more sugar, but you could do it.
Yeah. I think I'll have this straight, actually.
All right, lovely. And the other fun thing that because it's a kind of a Fey blend, when you go to sip it, it kind of like it doesn't like leave your tongue numb or anything like that, but there's like this very pleasant tingle. Yeah, it's really it as some people describe it, or as grandmas would describe the tea, it's pixies dancing on your tongue. It's like so, but yeah.
People dance on top.
I also have been hearing, my God, you guys are so busy when you're not modeling or doing art. You are all over town. Thank you so much for what you do for the city.
Oh boy. Get what you can out of me until I'm gone. That's my only suggestion.
Oh, no, I honestly, I don't want you to be overworked. Conrad, is there anything that we could do to, like, reimburse them? I mean, they're doing so much for the town. Conrad looks over.
I would need to take it up with the portmaster, who they are dear friends with. There will likely be compensation in some capacity, though sometimes a reward is a job well done.
Yeah, we've
Right,
gotten
but
enough
what-
of-
Actually, like, nods at that.
Yeah,
he
Red Pop
does
has
kind
that.
of vibe with that.
All right, but we
Yeah.
got like 20 job well dones before this.
Yeah, you see.
You know, just a, like, the opinion check, Nash is like, yeah, that tracks as an opinion I normally have.
And Red Path's like, man, the world don't owe me shit. I'm from a farm. I work hard and I get to live. That's it.
Victoria is the only person in the room who looks over, blinks twice. Money's good though. Like they've done a lot.
It is good.
I'm not gonna pressure this too much. You should do something about it. But I just think you know it'd be great. But yeah. Also, I was curious. I don't see the other two with you.
Yeah,
Dia and Maze. Where
They're
were
getting
they?
their hair cut.
Oh, that's right. Oh my gosh. I hope they're having fun. Conrad kind of leans back.
Yeah, what, normally when you have a little band of mercenaries, each person has a job, something they're good at. What are each of you good at?
Well, I take a wild guess if you look at my outfit, maybe?
I don't feel like guessing.
Okay,
I'm guessing
My
that
name
sounds
is
like
Knuckles,
a
and I do not chuckle.
no fun allowed, Mr. Conrad.
Victoria, obviously a chef, but in a mercenary group. Are you the driver?
We kind of, yes.
Yeah, thinking about it, I do drive the wagon when we have it, and I do read the map, and I do the
Just thinking, I
walking.
do have the most dimension doors prepared on any given day.
Yeah, you'd be right there.
So, you have teleportation capabilities.
Oh, where'd you hear about that?
I'm just assuming if you seem the holy sort.
I was gonna ask you to guess again which god, but no, I don't think you're gonna fall for that twice.
I will. I mean, so it must be Valoria, right? I mean, she's traveling art.
Yeah, not by choice though.
Not by choice. That's I hope this isn't rude to pry a bit. What do you mean by not by choice?
He kidnapped me.
If it's uncomfortable, I will just put a cookie in my mouth and we'll keep moving.
It's not uncomfortable. I just don't really have like a good answer. It's not
Okay.
a satisfying answer usually. There's like a story behind it, and it's stupid. It's just kind of that I've been. I don't got the words for it right now.
I see. That's fine. Nash, you seem to be the muscle of the group, if I had to guess. Any other capabilities I'm not aware of?
Oh, so
Well,
now
he's an
you feel like
artiste.
guessing.
Oh boy, if you were in the room, he would absolutely kill you. He would break the table, grab glass, and stab your throat. And then continue the conversation.
That's a good thing I'm not here.
Getting waterboarded.
It's a great alternative.
Honestly?
Oh, well, he kind of like fiddles with the cracker in his hand. I really am just muscle, mostly. Anything other than that is more hobby.
Yeah, but you're getting pretty good at it at this point. You could probably make a profession out of it, or like a side hustle.
Imagine me setting up chair shop.
That could be kind of cute, though.
Yeah, Victoria claps her hands. Oh, that's so cute. I love that. Oh,
And Conrad, leans forward. What of the other two?
Oh, geez.
Wow, he really is trying to just fucking gouge us, huh?
Yeah.
I've got
Like,
you
it's
in
so
a social
obvious.
bind.
You get the feeling Conrad's like, I don't want you in my house, but my wife wants you here, but I better get something out of this.
And as he leans forward, Redpath leans back in the couch very comfortably and just.
Well, Dia's the brains. Maze is. What do I even say about that one?
Looks over at Nash. How would you describe him?
Egg crusher.
Vic-
The
Oh,
what?
I thought you had to-
Insurance? I don't
Ins-
know.
insurance.
Like, I know he got my back when things at Wire
Yeah,
end.
he's kind of like. He kind of is the one who just fills in the cracks, I guess.
I see. A handyman. Curious.
Yeah.
Well, he's also quite the artist. I mean, this whole group, they're so talented. Conrad, you should really pop on over sometime and see what they can do. It's truly magnificent.
I'll think about it. I'm rather busy, what with all of the sudden changes going on in this town. Tell me, I don't mean to get political, but I'm going to. Where are your thoughts with the keeper business?
And Victoria's like, oh my gosh, honey, please, we didn't invite them over to ramble about this
Don't
sort
make
of
this
thing.
into Thanksgiving.
It can be as simple as one sentence. You like them or you don't. It's reasonable.
Can I even boil it down into one sentence? Or can I even come up with enough words for one
I
sentence?
think more like they don't like me.
Yeah? They
He
wish
just
they
kind
had
of
me.
gestures to the him. Since he's foregone his normal human disguise at this point, like for a while, so he's being known as a gnoll, which does give him looks, TM.
When you mentioned that they come after you, you notice that Victoria, as she's taking a sip, kind of raises her eyebrows, and I was like, yeah. But not specifically directly towards you. You get the feeling it might be a, like, I get that. Conrad.
I know what that's like, me and my normal human husband over here.
Conrad thinks, yes, it is appalling what they do, and I apologize for that. I still find their presence important. Because, while unlikely, I think it's important to have security measures with expertise in different fields. The Blue Jays have, well, once did, the trust of the people. The Hairsifts have strength, and the Keepers have holy magic. Now, holy magic is a little specific, but it can be necessary.
Right. In any case, she looks back over. You know, is there? I mean, have you been everywhere in Leviara yet? I mean, there's the Paradise Theater. They haven't done shows recently. Oh, perfect.
They're working on a new one.
Yes. Oh, Matthias had mentioned that. Very excited. Yeah, it's something. I think it's called Beyond the Waterfall or something like that.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, that's it.
Oh,
Tell her that Maze wrote it.
Yeah, that is. That's Maze's fault.
Oh, she like leans forward, interested. Oh my god, he writes too?
Yeah, apparently he writes now.
He got very invested when told.
Conrad just like leans back in the couch and puts an arm around Victoria. You've been talking a lot about this Maze fellow. Well, I mean, I was pretty impressed. He came out of the blue, and his understanding of anatomy was outstanding, specifically men. And then he's just very pleasant to talk to. Also, I'll be real. Maybe I'm looking into things too much. I think he's like lonely or something. And
yes, terribly.
Right. And I mean, obviously you guys are his friends, but I think he's just missing some reassurance of capabilities. And, you know, when someone excels at something, it's important to let them know. Yes. What can you tell me about this Maze fellow? I know you already told me that he's your handyman, insurance, as it were. But where does he come from?
I think he's from Errol, if I remember correctly. I don't know.
Not your loins.
I mostly mean in origin points. What led him here?
What leads anybody here? No, I don't know, really. I guess it's just the work, following us around.
I see.
Victoria gets up for a moment. Okay, I am gonna go get some cookies that you can actually enjoy, and you can take them with you, because I feel like you've earned it at this point. She gets up and walks out for just a moment.
Uh-oh. We're left in the room with the tiger.
Yeah, Conrad just sits there, and at one point he like leans on the couch and just like stares at the both of you. Doesn't say anything. Just looking.
Nash is drinking tea and eating free crackers. He didn't have lunch today.
Can you give me a perception check?
Certainly.
Sweet.
See if you notice him killing you.
Nash, I'm not noticing him killing us, is he?
I'll tell you if he is. Don't worry.
You notice him using his ice breath.
He has one less eye to have to look me in. I am more resistant to glare.
Well, you know, 2 for me.
There is this moment where the lights flicker off for just a moment, and when they come back, you have all of these strange shadows looking at you, and then they fade. It's just for a moment, but you're able to catch it.
Ash takes note of that to ask Dia about later of, hey, what could have this have been?
I think he's
But
just trying to
otherwise
scare
doesn't-
you. He's like, oh, these guys will for sure see it if I do this stunt.
Like, in his mind, rubbing his hands, oh, they'll run screaming, and then I can just
they're
just
gonna
be
be
with my
so
wife.
rattled about this. He doesn't know what we fought. Candleblight's scarier than that stuff.
Candleblight's scarier.
It's true.
Ooh, bit of a magic man?
Makes you say that.
Oh, come on. Unless, oh, did you buy like some sort of enchantment? Is that like some doohickey doing that?
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. Right now.
He's a jokester. Look at this guy. Can't smile, but he can tell a joke.
Ash just shrugs and take another sip of his tea.
Humor has been extinct from me for quite some time.
He says that with a straight face.
Oh shit, man. Do you like write novels or something? That like you should put that in a book.
No. He just keeps staring at you guys. There's like a deep study of you.
You know, if humor's dead in you, like Maisno's jokes.
It's like over the rim of the teacup. Nash is doing a similar thing, but it's being a bit more nonchalant about it than this guy.
Yeah.
I'm trying to describe or trying to understand how Red Path is treating this.
Seems a
Because
bit jokey right now.
yeah, he's kind of no-selling him, but at the same time he's waiting for him to crack.
I'm curious. I know we already got away from the topic, but I do want to know more. It might help my investigation. What do you know about what was found in the docks? That cargo? Pride mentioned it was spider eggs. Anything more than that?
Oh, they were... Let me think.
Think Dia said from, other continent?
Yes,
Yeah.
behemoth.
Smuggled in from there. It looks like they were... like, dormant or some such. Or like they were still in the eggs. I think maybe one had hatched or like tried to or something, but they were definitely still, like, in adolescence. And, of course, I only know so much because whatever effect they had, it didn't really do anything to me, but apparently there's some mind-affecting issue with it.
Nash nods.
Yes, that's what was brought to my attention. Do you have any idea of who might have... And we know who smuggled it in, but who ordered it? Any idea? Any
No.
theories, even?
Well, the question is, who would even need something like that?
That is the question.
Well, you're the
There was-
lawmaster. What sort of people do you think would want it?
One of my immediate thoughts is the Laree family. They're always collecting curious beasties.
Hmm.
And those are... well, they're quite prohibited here. Might have tried to get it in.
No, that is a good point. Could be them. Though, they've got quite a lot already going on up at their estate at the moment, I believe. I don't know if they even have room for something like that.
Nobles never know when to stop.
That's true.
So you've no other theories? Just my own with the Laree family.
Well, I'm not an expert in monsters, but I do think it would have had to have been somebody from the the more noble families, because I imagine something like that would be quite expensive to smuggle in.
That was my thinking as well.
Also, somebody who could afford to maybe get caught and get away with it.
That's a bold claim. He leans forward. Who do you think could do that?
Any one of them, really.
He notices he laughed and immediately frowns.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you got one.
He loses one legendary resistance.
Yes!
Let's go.
He loses one layer action.
He loses.
I assure you, no one gets away from me. I make
Every
sure
city
of it,
has its own seedy underbelly.
and I'll make sure to cut it. Wherever this seedy underbelly is, I will cut it and spill the criminals out. I will do what is necessary to ensure safety.
I guess Nash is just like looking him up and down to see how like truth that is of just like, is this more about his
Yeah.
own skin in the game, or does he have actual like stock in the city's well-being? You know.
You can give me a sense
Yeah.
motive. He's a hard man to read because he's not very expressive.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get much, but I think it's what Nash would try to do, so I'm gonna, you know.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Nah, he's a hard man to read. I didn't expect much.
He's a hard man to read. Redpath, you're welcome to sense motive as well if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Nah. Wasn't meant to be.
Nah. Hard dude to read. Well, if you do get any more theories or even hunches, do let me know. I want to take care of this as quickly as possible, so that we don't have any repeats. Because the longer we take to handle this, the more bold people get, thinking that we are incompetent, and I will not tolerate such fallacy.
Of
It is-
course, wouldn't want another incident.
Yeah, and it's a good thing it was only mostly cordoned off to the docks. God knows how that would have gone if it had gotten up into one of these tunnels or something.
Indeed.
Oh my god, and then you'd have spiders living in the caves. It would be like an epidemic. Oh god.
That's what, honestly, that's the thing that I've been most disgusted by, is the possibility. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I think spiders are cute. But I don't want them to be that big and to do weird things. So, also, here you are, Nash. And she sets down cookies in front of you.
Oh, thank you.
But, yeah, I mean, you know, what's your next big plan for Leviara?
Ooh.
We'll have
Well,
to
he
meet
knows.
back up with others.
Yeah, he knows, but that's kind of like work confidentiality, so I don't know how that is.
Oh my goodness. Ooh, all right, I won't press. Yes. Let's see. He pulls out a little pocket watch and is just like, Well, if you don't mind, I do have some more paperwork to take care of. If
Ah,
you'll
yes,
excuse
busy
me.
day.
Yes. A lot of work to be done. And as he gets up, Victoria like grabs his hand and pulls him in for like a quick kiss, and he kisses her back and just kind of like lets his hand go through her hair for a moment, and then he walks out. I think he is neutral towards you.
Ah,
And
well, that's better than a lot of people, actually.
Well, I mean, for him especially, though, I'll be honest, he has a lot of interest in you, and that's bizarre for him. So, oh my god, you guys aren't criminals, are you? You're the 11th hour, you help people.
Everybody's guilty
No,
of
we
some
help
crimes.
people, but understand new, strong people come into town. I understand.
He
Oh my god,
is...
does he think like we're like encroaching on his territory? Oh,
Oh god, I hope not.
oh no, don't tell me he's being all macho about it. Ugh.
Oh, he's very protective. You know, we've lived a fairly dangerous life.
I can
Occasionally.
tell. Did you guys kill this behind me?
Oh, no. Oh my gosh, no. That was here when we first moved in. And we thought, all right, well, we'll just keep it. It's certainly interesting. Also, like, who do you give a bear to?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Not Toter Troubles, I'll tell you what.
What do you give the guy who has everything? You give him a stuffed bear.
You give him a stuffed bear. Yeah. But, you've been here for a while. You have a place to stay, right?
Oh yes, yeah. We're at the hotel.
Okay.
Were you gonna offer to have these strangers bunk here?
Oh my god, he would be so mad.
Victoria,
No! If we didn't have a place to stay, imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll bunk here.
She does not. All right. Well, I mean, if by chance, because I know hotels can get so expensive here, if you do need a place to crash for a night or two, we have a lovely guest room. It's very large, and we'd love to make accommodations.
Ooh, have you ever had any like fancy people staying there? Some really eclectic sort of guests?
Not especially. I mean, sometimes we've had individuals over, and sometimes drinking gets a little wild, and someone needs it's, you know what I mean. But no one of like, we've had Regal and Armella over once or twice. Armella not very often. She likes to keep to her own, and I feel like you didn't hear it from me. I don't like gossiping, but I don't think my husband likes Armella very much, and I'm not sure why. It's very upsetting. I think she's very fun.
She's not though.
She tilts her head. How do you mean?
She's rude and pompous and classist.
Ah, right. I keep forgetting I get the fun side of her. Right. Okay. Oh, well, then I won't defend that. But...
And also, your husband doesn't seem like the kind of person who's going to play along with her shit, so...
No, you're right. But...
Seems like he likes straightforward people.
And we've invited Oleander and the Hersiffs in general over a couple of times. Oleander is not entirely interested in the concept, which is disappointing. I'd love to chitty chat with him just because, pyromancer of that level, or just curious, quite frankly. Amaranth's visited once. We had Gladiolus pop on by a couple times, but rest his soul. But, yeah. But, there's plenty to do in this town, and please don't be strangers to my art exhibit. It's been an absolute delight to have you there. And, yeah.
Well, we can't show up every single day, or else you're gonna get bored of us and we'll lose our charm.
I don't think that's possible. I really don't. And she takes the tea and takes a sip.
No, I'm telling you, the ideal amount of us to experience is once a week, usually on Sunday.
Like around 3, roughly, give or take.
Give or take.
Yeah. But yeah, unless there's anything else you want to talk to her about, you just have nice conversations.
I'm trying to think, is there anything? Because obviously Red Pat doesn't want to pull too much shit, right?
Because
I'll say you pick up the vibe that Victoria is kind of open about things within reason.
So you said you got this from up in the cliff, the tea you said?
Oh yes.
How did you even harvest that?
Well, we don't go far in. And I actually, hush, can't go telling people. Conrad and I every once in a while will wander in to just get a couple of herbs and things like that. We don't go far because as long as you can see the outside, you can pop right out. It's really no big deal at all.
Mr. Lawman, no one's supposed to be in there at all.
But it's to get lovely herbs. Not to mention, they can go for a pretty big sale price if you wanted to trade them in with Flair. I don't know if you've met her. She's wonderful.
Yes. Yeah.
very nice.
Yep, she's a hoot. She's a lot sometimes, but she's fun. But yeah, Conrad doesn't go nearly as often as he used to. It was just something that we did as a fun little romp.
He's getting old. His hips can't handle the walk.
I don't want to say it, but that's probably it.
Huh.
But it's not going to stop me. And she just wiggles in her chair.
Is that I might be a little bit crazy, but the sconces you have out there, is that will-o-wisps in there from the forest?
She looks over. A very keen eye. They're supposed to replicate them, but they aren't actually them. I'm very impressed that you're familiar with will-o-wisps enough to pick that up.
Okay, my secret time. Now you can't tell Dia. You can't tell Dia because she will steal my recipe. The residue from them. That's what's in my special wine, actually. That's why it makes you so zooted. I have a special brew of fruit wine that I make, strawberry wine specifically, and I put a little bit of the dust from will-o-wisps in it because it's nice. And yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah. Oh.
Dia would steal that. She'd be asking about that wine all the time.
Well, it's safe with me. And she does like a little zipper motion across her mouth. I won't tell anyone. If you don't mind, I would love to, with your permission, I'd love to try and craft that at some point and give it a try. That sounds wonderful.
Would you like a taste? I have some on me right now.
If it's not too much trouble.
Yeah, just put it in your tea. It's fine. It's Faye, it'll go great. Yeah.
Sure, I'm happy to try this.
And he will take out his wine bottle from his bag and pour her just a little bit of his fancy summer strawberry wine.
Pouring wine into a cup of tea has to count as a wine crime.
Yeah,
it counts
probably.
as a tea crime, but like, who cares?
So very important questions here. This is legitimately this is not Ghoul's Red you're trying to pull here. Okay.
No.
Oh no.
Wanted to make sure.
What?
Wanted to make sure.
I won't do it again like this.
That'd be a great
What a
prank.
fucking prank.
It's just a prank, bro.
Surprise! I broke your wife.
Yep. Okay. And then these would be strawberries from Sweetstone. So,
Yeah.
she takes a sip and she just falls back in her chair. That is heavenly. Oh my! The strawberry flavor that comes through so strong, and I think, and that's got to be the will-o-wisp getting involved, right? Oh my! Do you mind if I have a little more? That is enchanting.
Yeah, just a little. Don't tell your husband.
Oh, don't.
Unless he wants some and he's willing to pay for it, and then he can come to me.
She almost chokes on the drink as you say he can pay for it.
You good? You good? You need help?
I'm sorry. That just caught me off guard. That's. Oh my gosh. Oh, you folks are so fun. Oh. Yes. I'll make sure he pays a premium for it. It's well earned. She pulls out her little watch as well. Oh, it's starting to get into the afternoon. I should probably make my way back to the art of it all, in case Pure and Marigold pop on by.
Do you want an escort? Because we have to go too.
Oh, sure. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to oust you out.
No. I mean, you invite us in, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, if you'd like. And the next time you're here, because thinking about it, with these heels, I don't have time. I would love to give you a tour of our home next time.
Oh, of course. Yeah, no big deal, though. You're a busy lady.
If you'd like, I could invite you guys to dinner. Have Conrad and the rest of your friends, and I don't know, maybe we could get Pride, you know.
Do you really think he would like that, though?
I don't know. I haven't asked Pride.
Huh?
Oh, Connie. He'll do it for me. She just bats a hand.
Huh?
Well,
you're the boss.
You think on it. I'm not trying to push you into anything, but if you wanted to, my husband is actually, he doesn't admit it, he's pretty darn good at cooking.
I thought you were gonna say he's a bit lonely. I was about to, like, I was,
Oh, no. He's fine. Don't worry. No, it's fine. But he's quite the little chef. You could always try to cook with him. That could be fun.
Yeah, you might need a little sous chef or something.
Exactly.
Oh,
And,
God, it's been years since I haven't worn the pants in the kitchen.
Okay.
That means like I haven't been the head chef.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
I would've
Mace
just-
normally sous chef.
Yeah, tried to teach him how to crack eggs and all that. Didn't work out.
He can't I know the feeling.
Red Pat sadly internally.
Hereditary.
Hereditary egg cracking disease.
Yeah. And you guys head on out and make your way to the art of it all after hanging out with the Rivaldi family.
Good God. Am I
Yo,
able
we
to
got
do
an
a
in.
retroactive check of some kind to see if I recognize what the fuck his shadow monsters were?
Yeah, give me knowledge religion.
Christ.
Yeah,
Knowing
that
Red
one-
Path, you'll be like, I don't know what the fuck that was.
That one's Fred. That one's Amelia.
I don't know what the fuck that was.
Twice.
You're not sure of like specifics. The best I can give you the 14. That's definitely some vampire bullshit.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
just,
really.
I'm telling you that so you don't think it's like spell casting.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
this is clearly an innate ability that Rivaldi himself has.
Mm-hmm.
If you had to guess, it might be because of how old he is, but you're not sure. Because you got to figure Rivaldi's been around the block.
These are all the people I've killed. This isn't all of them, actually.
It's
They go
just
out
some
the
of them.
door and down the hall. There's some sleeping in the guest room right now.
Why don't you take a little sleep?
Yeah,
What will
fuck right am I
happen
going to
next
sleep
time?
in your house? I go to sleep in your house, I'm gonna wake up with puncture marks in me.
Just the 17 as I stab you.
Too many teeth.
Oh boy. Little longer today, but we had a little break in the middle, and we missed last week, so it was like, let's just get some.
Yeah,
some
that said,
shift done.
my stage health is definitely running out here. So
Yep.
let's try and get through this. Hey, we have a Discord. Consider joining it. It's where
Hey.
things are. It's where people give fan art and stuff, which we'll look at in a
Yeah.
second. But I did this in the wrong order. It usually flows better. We also have a Patreon. Consider supporting us there if you haven't already. It's where we post all the artwork and stuff.
Alrighty. I've got an Imgur.
You can do it, Limp. You can do
Who's
it.
it from?
This Imgur is courtesy of Sign Centaur. Thank you very much for making this. This helps us a lot.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you very much. Evan Ward, 125. There's nothing inherently wrong with a portable ice age. That is true.
This is true.
There's a couple things wrong with it.
So at the top of the pile from Skift.
Oh, rad.
Big man!
Big
Big
man.
man.
He's
Big
all
woman.
dressed up.
Big mana.
Big man.
No.
Man.
Yeah, very
Oh,
nice.
that's
Very
great.
cool.
Thank you so much.
Then from Salem.
Now I say 90 platinum for 30 minutes. Oh no, that's Victor. I thought we just,
Victor in the gamer chair.
I saw his like missing teeth.
It's like a carnival barker.
Now I say 90 platinum for 30 minutes? Oh, don't mind if I do.
Thank you very much. Then from Dorkporp.
My sis is a bitch.
Yes, she is.
Look at her. That's some like just got caught with your hand in the cookie jar stance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Then from Mistletoe.
Nice water. Nice looking water. Amazing water. Amazing looking water for a GBA game. Amazing looking water in this game.
Thank you so
Outstanding.
much. Let's see, then from Dorkport.
Yay!
Marketable plushie. Anyone want a marketable plushie?
Buy them.
I love that that's what they're called. Is just marketable plushie. Not even like get your Nash plushie.
Now it's just marketable. Thank you, Dorkport. Then from Wario Fan 63. Alright, I think we've done enough crazy crap for now. We should get going with the main plot before we get wrapped up in any more stupid bullshit.
Oh boy, I finally made it to Leviora. I can't wait to do the Dootin Beach episode.
Oh god, no! It's happening again! Everyone chase it!
Cheese? or sell trees!
Run! Thanks, Derek. Then from Dorport.
A blue jay.
It's a blue jay.
What?
Oh, looking fresh. I love the big cigarette.
Yeah.
Very stylish.
Very cool. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
thank you so much.
Then from Scott.
Oh,
Malifa.
a little leaf.
A little
Malifa.
Look at this leaf. Isn't it neat?
And from Shacklos.
Oh, it's maize.
Uh,
Look at. Is it? I'm pretty sure. Let me double check.
it might be, or it might be Jasper. Who knows?
One or the other.
Never do. Yep, it's maize. Yep, I just
Okay.
double checked. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a corpse.
beans?
God.
Makes sense.
Vampire.
Thank you,
Oh my
Shackles.
god.
Then from Skip.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is this canon, Dia?
No. Didn't change her outfit, but I'll have
Clown
to.
core.
I'll have to figure out what she would have done to her hair.
I think it was just to like clean it and kind of like
Yeah.
poof it a bit.
Spring
Oh
it
my
out,
God.
make it nice. Thank you, Skip.
That's so funny.
Then from Bread Bunny. Get a relaxing haircut, they say. I am fighting for my life in here! I love how he's not in the reflection. That's so funny.
It's very clever.
Love it.
Thank you, Bread Bunny. Then from Shackles.
Oh, friendship ended with Spoon. New
Spork.
Spork is my new best friend.
Oh,
What is it
when
with all
Red
these
Path?
goddamn tiny hats?
The fucking tiny hats.
These fucking tiny hats.
Thank you, Shackles. Then from Skift.
Hey, you hot stuff! What's poppin' back in Bat Town? I'm still the best! Sweet Stone approved! XOXO, Papa Leon.
She fell for it every time.
Hey, you know, if it works, it works.
And it shouldn't have. Thank you, Skip.
And it shouldn't have. Thank you so much.
Then from Shackles.
Pretty
Ooh,
dope.
Pretty
Oh.
dope.
It's actually pretty rad.
Frankenstein's Nash.
Pretty spooky.
Oh.
Thank you, Shackles.
I love that this Frankenstein implies that they were like, I need to rebuild him. And they just found a bunch of gnolls to do it.
Alright.
Well, hold on. Let's not get crazy here. We have to use all knoll pieces.
Like, that'd be
Or
weird if we
else-
didn't, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Shackles. Then from Salem.
I love this so
Berries
much.
and cream.
Berries and cream.
No
Berries
berries
and
and cream. Murder and death. That's what we're getting. Thank you.
Huh?
From
much.
Goblin Pink.
And finished. You look a vision, dear.
All around me are familiar faces.
Yeah,
It's
Maze, you didn't
Maze.
get anything done.
You look like looks like from Edvard Munch's Scream, but
Yeah.
it's melted a little.
There's two more.
Drop
I think I
'em-
see one got loaded in.
Drop them in the roll 20 if you don't mind.
Yeah, so here is this one. This is that worked kind of, but I think you should blow it up because it's
Yeah.
nice. This one's from G.I. Joey or G.I. Joe. I'm never
I think
100%
it's
sure.
Chewy.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Very nice.
Oh.
His
Looking
stupid-
dapper.
His stupid bangs.
Then
Very
from
nice.
Sign Centaur, we have the Session Rating Scale, which we love.
The rating scale. Lysander off this world is imperfect.
Perfect.
There was a lot of communism.
Answer me this, Red Path. Did she see your cock?
I don't know. Has she seen yours?
Oh, I don't have to answer that.
Looking at Maze, I guess not.
What do you want about? What do you want? This is great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh.
And Will, thank you so much for running this. This was a
Hey,
pleasure.
thank y'all for playing.
Yeah. You guys rock. Chad also rocks. I'm still sick. Thank you for being here this time, and thank you for being here next time. Say goodbye to Chad,
Bye, chat.
everybody.
Bye, chat. Bye, chat.
Bye,
Bye,
chat.
chat.
Toodles.